rubber model room welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, a shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning, but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track, holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and model room, we could fight, laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride.
Okay, everybody. Hey, welcome in. I'm up here up top this time. We did a little bit of house cleaning, some remodeling around here. Anyway, so I found this little trial that went on today, and we were in another little trial helping out with a dear friend of ours. And okay, I got a message that threw me off. Anyway, so so I wanted to do this trial, and we are looking at this is the Xbox Resentencing. So just to kind of go over this real quick, let's see here. Let's put Puppy over here real quick. And I'm going to give y'all a real quick rundown. These two men are out of Orlando, Florida. They murdered, I'm using my words because I'm not monetized. I don't care to be monetized. It's nothing right now in my near future. So I'm going to use the words. I'm going to read it as it states. It says the two men were murdered, 6 people over an Xbox. They appeared in court and they filed a motion for the resentencing trial. So today they did their opening statements for the resentencings. It's Troy, Victorino, and Jerone, Hunter. And the backstory is that in 2004, Troy and Jerome joined 2 other men in the red room of 6 roommates and a dog inside a home in Deltona, Florida. In 2008, Victorino and Hunter and the 2 other men, Michael Salas and Robert Canone, they were all convicted of what's been called the Xbox murder. The motive originally was argued that it was behind the home invasion and brutal murders was to retrieve an Xbox that it claimed had been stolen. Salas and Canone were sentenced to life in prison, and Victorino, the ringleader, and Hunter were sentenced to death for the 2004 slayings. But these sentences were overturned by a ruling in the Florida Supreme Court where Florida changed the state law. It's now stated that Florida's death penalty had to be unanimous. Victorino and Hunter's sentences were not unanimous, and the new law allowed anyone sentenced after the 2002 ruling to be eligible for a new sentence. So this is where we are at. This is where we are at. It's not illegal to say that word. Okay, go. 420. We started the stream at 420. Let's blaze it up. So that's the basic of this Xbox murder trial. And hi, I'm here. Hi, I'm here. Nice to meet you. And hi, this is Hio. So let's get this thing started. We're going to start out with opening arguments. Let's go.
Good morning. It is my solemn responsibility this morning to now tell you what evidence will be presented to you about the events of August 5th and 6th, almost 21 years ago in 2004. I must caution you now and acknowledge my linguistic limitations. No matter how detailed I am, no matter what vocabulary I use, my words will not adequately describe and prepare you for what you will see, what you will hear, and what you will learn about August 5th and August 6th of 2004 in the city of Deltona. On that date, inside a home at 3106 Telford Lane, the sound of metal bats striking human flesh and shattering human bone rang out over and over and over again. These repeated swings and impacts left walls splattered and carpets soaked in blood. The blood of 6 young people whose lives were taken that night by the action of the 2 men sitting behind me. And remember, these 2 men who sit before you now have already been convicted beyond every reasonable doubt of murdering these 6 young people. The The evidence that will be presented by the state of Florida in this case will prove multiple aggravating factors. Aggravating factors that will greatly outweigh the mitigating circumstances we expect that the defense will present to you. Aggravating factors warranting only one sentence under the law, a sentence of death. Now, before describing some of the evidence to you, I want to talk to you, and talking about the aggravating factors, I want to talk to you about some names that you will hear in this case. One, you will hear the name Robert Cannon, or the names Robert Cannon and Michael Salas. Cannon and Salas are co-defendants of Victorino and Hunter. They also entered the home in Telford Lane in August of 2004, and they are also charged and convicted of first-degree murders. The second group of names I want to talk to you about is the victims in this case, and the names you will hear, and some of the findings made by the medical examiner back in 2004. The first person is Anthony Vega. Anthony Vega was 34 years old when he was murdered on August 5th, late August 5th and early August 6th of 2004. Mr. Vega's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Like all the victims, the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. He suffered 5 to 6 blows to the front of his head, 2 blows to the back of his head, fractures to his face and his skull. He actually had a depressed skull fracture. His face from the blows was caved in. He had perimortem stab wounds to the neck. Perimortem means that the stab wounds happened while he was still living, as opposed to postmortem, which means an injury happened after the person was deceased. And like almost all the victims, he also had defensive wounds to his body, to his hands and his arms. You're going to hear about Roberto Gonzalez, who was 28 back in August of 2004 when he was murdered. As I said before, the cause of death, blunt force trauma to the head. The blows, bless you, to Mr. Gonzalez, came to the front of his head. He had at least 10 blows inflicted to the front of his head. He had multiple skull and facial fractures. These fractures were so severe, you'll hear, that a saw was not needed at autopsy during the examination. He had brain lacerations. He had brain hemorrhaging. He had multiple stab wounds, and the stab wounds were to his chest, and they were both perimortem, meaning before, again, he passed away, was deceased, and postmortem, meaning after he had stopped living. And he also had defensive wounds to his hands and his arms. You're going to hear about both Erin Belanger, age 22, and Francisco Roman, age 30. They were a couple. Both the cause of death was blunt force trauma. Mr. Roman had depressed skull fractures, or a depressed skull fracture. He had significant impact to his head. It was so significant that his ear was torn off by the impact. He had stab wounds to the chest and neck, and he also had defensive wounds. For Ms. Belanger, she had at least 3 large impacts to her forehead and additional smaller impacts to her face. She had a significant impact. The skull was fractured and driven into her brain by the blow. She had a stab wound to her chest and neck, and she also had defensive wounds to her hands. The next victim, Jonathan Gleason, was only 17 years old in August of 2004. His cause of death, blunt force trauma to the head. He suffered 7 to 8 blows to the chest, head, and neck. He had a depressed skull fracture. He had post-mortem stab wounds to his chest. Remember, post-mortem after he was no longer living. He had perimortem stab wounds to his abdomen. And he, like the other victims, had defensive wounds on his hands and his arms. And finally, Michelle Nathan, who was age 19 in August of 2004. Again, the cause of death, blunt force trauma to the head. She suffered 6 to 7 blows to the back of her head, causing deep lacerations. She had displacement at the back of the skull, and she had stab wounds as well to her breast, her left side, her right hip, her ear, and her neck. And like the others, she had defensive wounds to her hands and her arm. Now, these 6 young people, you will learn, lost their lives because of some personal property. The property of the 2 defendants, Jerone Hunter and Troy Victorino. You'll learn that Troy Victorino had been living along with Mr. Hunter at a house owned by Erin Belanger's grandmother. And Victorino and Hunter had been kicked out of that house in July of 2004. And they believed that Erin had their personal belongings, and they intended on getting them back no matter what the cost of doing so. And the cost ended up being 6 human lives. On July 31st of 2004, Victorino went to the Telford house saying he wanted to talk to Erin Belanger. Victorino was angry, he was threatening, and he was complaining that his stuff was missing. And he asked Erin that day if she had the property, his property. And he got upset when she didn't. And Erin told Victorino that she would find it and get back to him. And Victorino said he would go to any means to get his property back from Erin. The very next day, on August 1st, 2004, Victorino, Hunter, the two other guys I mentioned, Salas and Cannon, and a man by the name of Brandon Graham and some other women went to the house at Telford and had a confrontation with the people living there. While at the house, there's the verbal altercation. The women actually went inside the home and came out with some items. Tires were slashed, and the group left, at least for the time being, on August 1st, because a few days later, on August 5th, these four men again, Salas, Cannon, Victorino, Hunter, and Brandon Graham, who is a witness that you'll hear from probably today, were at the house that Victorino and Hunter were staying at, located on 4th Smith in Deltona. It was at the 4th Smith house that Victorino started talking about a movie named Wonderland, where a group of guys killed another group with lead pipes. And Victorino said to the other men that if he had a group, he would do that, like in Wonderland. And he said that he would do it at the house on Telford Lane. And the other four men, they were quickly on board. Salas said he was down. Cannon said he was ready to kill him a bitch. And Victorino said to Hunter, I know you were down because they took your shit too. And Hunter acknowledged, nodding his head in agreement. And from there, the planning became more complex and more detailed, with Victorino describing the layout of the house on Telford, including how many people were in the house and where they would be. And he said the men, their group, would split up and kill the people inside Telford once they made entry into the house. And during this conversation, Jerone Hunter actually suggested wearing masks to the group. But Victorino said that's not necessary, because they weren't going to leave any evidence behind. They were going to kill every single person inside of Telford Lane. The group also discussed the process afterwards, saying they would probably have to change clothes. And during this conversation, Jerone Hunter told Brandon Graham the Hunter could give Graham a pair of clothes to change into after, because they're likely going to get blood on their clothing. And after this discussion at Fort Smith, the group left the house together. They left in a white Ford Expedition, and that belonged to Mr. Cannon. And during this time that they left the house, they were looking for ammunition for a firearm that they already had. And while away, they actually dropped Brandon Graham off, and you'll hear, like I said, from Mr. Graham. They dropped him off at one of Graham's friends' houses, and Mr. Graham absented himself after that. He didn't meet back up with those four men. He ignored calls and never went to the Telford Lane house later that night. You are going to hear details about what happened inside of Telford Lane once Salas, Cannon, Victorino, and Hunter showed up, all armed with baseball bats. You'll hear how Troy Victorino kicked in the front door to the house after he had looked through the windows to see where people were. You're going to hear how Victorino immediately headed straight for the bedroom that Mr. Roman and Ms. Belanger, Erin Belanger, shared. You will hear how Jerone Hunter immediately began repeatedly beating Jonathan Gleason with a baseball bat as he sat on a chair in the living room. You'll hear how Roberto Gonzalez fought back against Salas after Salas found him in one of the bedrooms. But Hunter intervened and began to strike Gonzalez in the head over and over and over and over again. You'll hear that Salas and Cannon left the house first, before Victorino and Hunter and went back to Cannon's expedition. But before Salas walked out the door, Victorino called him into Belanger's and Roman's bedroom, the couple that shared the bed. He went in and he wasn't sure when he saw Belanger and Roman if they were dead or just unconscious. He saw their bodies and he saw Victorino holding a taped up metal baseball bat. That was in one hand. In the other hand was Erin Belanger's leg, or her foot. And while he held their body halfway off the bed, he said to Salas, "Watch what I do to this bitch." Salas never saw because he left the bedroom after Troy Victorino said that. Hunter was the third to return to the expedition that was parked outside of the address at Telford Lane. And when Hunter arrived to the truck, he was excited. He began telling Salas that he found another one, a girl hiding in the closet of one of the bedrooms under a pile of clothing. He tells Salas how the girl, this was Michelle Nathan, the last victim that I showed you, 19 years old. He tells Salas how Michelle begged for her life after the event. And as she was begging for her life, Hunter told her, "Too late, bitch." And he stabbed her. And when she screamed, he beat her with a baseball bat. Repeated. Victorino is the last one to get out to the expedition. He's carrying a box full of stuff. The group begins driving away, but he quickly instructs them to go back. So they quickly return. Victorino goes back into the house. He retrieves some other items. He comes out with a plastic bag with bloody items inside of it. He directs them to a house in DeBerry, where they change their clothes, they wash off, and they end up disposing of these baseball bats. Now you will see in this trial, and I'm going to show you now, a map of the house at Telford Lane. It's a 3-bedroom house. And in this map, you can see each victim. Victim 1, Jonathan Gleason, there on the recliner in the center room in the living room where the kitchen is located. Anthony Vega, just north of him on the map, victim 2. Roberto Gonzalez in the doorway of bedroom number 2 was victim 3. Michelle Nathan, this is the young woman who was in the closet. They are found just outside the closet in bedroom 1. Francisco Roman, victim 5, and Erin Belanger, victim 6, both located in that 3rd bedroom, bedroom number 3. Now in this case, the state will also present some of the investigators and experts who worked on this case back in 2004, 2005, and 2006. And the reason we'll present these witnesses is so that you can learn how investigators from the Volusia Sheriff's Office and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement were able to solve this case and then ultimately prove it beyond to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt at a trial. You'll also hear about the autopsies of each victim. That testimony will come from the chief medical examiner for our area, Dr. James Fulcher. And finally, in this case, as the judge mentioned to you, and I want to go over them again quickly, is you'll hear about the aggravating factors in this case. So first, I want to talk about Jonathan Hunter. As the judge said, will be your responsibility in this case to decide the appropriate sentence for 4 of the 6 victims. Jonathan Gleason, Roberto Gonzalez, Michelle Nathan, and Anthony Vega. So you will have a verdict form for each one of those victims for Jonathan Hunter. The state is alleging 5 aggravating factors that the evidence will prove beyond a reasonable doubt against Jonathan Hunter. 1, and these are shortened, the actual definition the judge will, the instructions will be longer. A conviction for a prior or contemporaneous capital felony. And you'll learn through the evidence and the law given to you by the judge that for each victim, the 5 other contemporaneous murders would satisfy this aggravating factor. Those count as prior or contemporaneous convictions for a capital felony. The capital felony was committed while the defendant was engaged in a burglary. You're going to learn that in this case, Jonathan Hunter was also convicted by that prior jury of armed burglary for that aggravating factor. 3, the capital felony was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest, also known as witness elimination. In this case, as I said, you will hear that testimony about prior to the homicide happening, the conversation that they would leave no evidence behind. There would be no witnesses, which is in fact what they did. They left evidence behind, but they left no witness alive in that house to make any type of identification or to say what happened. The capital felony was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. The judge gave you that definition already, and you get that in your jury instructions. But I want you to pay close attention to the testimony of Dr. Fulcher, the chief medical examiner, and to the testimony about what happened inside of that home on Telford Lane when the 4 men entered. Because that is the testimony that will prove this aggravator, that these actions were especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. And finally, the capital felony was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And that goes back to that conversation prior to the homicide, when it was planned out in such detail that they ensured the death of all the victims. And then you can look at the plan afterwards, too, how they disposed of evidence so quickly and efficiently. Now, Troy Victorino, a little bit different. 4 victims. You'll have to decide the appropriate sentence for 4 verdict forms. Erin Belanger, Francisco Roman, Jonathan Gleason, and Roberto Gonzalez. So for each victim, you will get a verdict form. Now, the aggravators are similar, but they are also slightly different for Mr. Victorino. There are 6 aggravators that the evidence will prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Here's the first slight difference. Conviction for prior or contemporaneous capital felony or violent felony. Same as Mr. Hunter, you've got the 5 other murders that would would count as contemporaneous convictions for each victim you decide a verdict on. But you're going to learn that Mr. Victorino was previously convicted of an aggravated battery, where he used a walking cane to beat a man in the man's head and his face, and beat him even after he was rendered unconscious. So you're going to have those contemporaneous felonies to consider, but you're also going to have evidence of this prior aggravated battery conviction involving Troy Victorino. The capital felony was committed while the defendant was engaged in a burglary, just like Mr. Hunter. Troy Victorino was convicted of armed burglary by a jury in this case. It was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Again, witness elimination, as I already said. We talked about Jonathan Hunter, his aggravators. The defendants, again, had that intent to leave no one alive and leave no evidence behind. The capital felony was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. We'll again ask you to look closely at the testimony and listen to the testimony of Dr. James Fulcher when you're making that determination. And then cold, calculated, and premeditated, same as Mr. Hunter. The state will present evidence about that plan of the group before they went to Telford Lane. And then one additional aggravator is that the capital felony was committed by a person on probation for a felony offense. And in this case, you will hear that Mr. Victorino was still on probation for that aggravated battery conviction that I mentioned for the first aggravated battery, the conviction for beating the man with the cane. So he was actively on probation in August of 2004. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this process is going to be hard for you over the next week and a half. The evidence that you will hear and you will see what two men are capable of doing to other people, it's going to be hard for you to digest. But you will see at the end that the evidence in this case justifies only one sentence under the laws of the state of Florida. Death. Death for each defendant. Death verdicts 4 times over for Jerome Hunter, for each and every victim on the 4 verdict forms that you received. Death for Troy Victorino, 4 times over on each and every verdict form for each and every victim you receive. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Judge, at this time, we defer our opening statement until the conclusion of the state's presentation.
You certainly may do so, Mr. Wood. Ms. Sammons.
We would likewise for our opening presentation until after the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. State, please call your first witness.
Okay, so they're not going to do opening statements for the, let's turn that down. They're not going to do opening statements for the 2 defendants. They're deferring it to the end. So, all right. Let's fast forward to this. Let's see.
I do.
So I know you all know this, but a rule of procedure has been invoked, rule of sequestration. And what that means is please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, anything that happens here in the courtroom. Of course, you may speak with the lawyers, but you can talk about anything you want, just nothing about this case. Is that understood?
Yes,
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
John McDonald,
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
23 years.
Has all of that time been with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it has.
Is that where you were working back in July of 2004?
Yes.
What was your assignment?
I was a patrol deputy in the city of Deltona.
What is your current assignment?
I'm a supervisor of court security for Volusia County.
I'm going to approach with the court's permission.
Yes, ma'am.
What's been marked for identification purposes only, it states LL. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a calendar showing the months of July and August of 2004.
Does it appear to be accurate?
Yes.
State would move LL into evidence.
So admitted. Mr. Wood? Thank you.
state one.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to approach you now with states one. Just draw your attention to Friday, July 30th. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
What was your assignment?
I was assigned to patrol in the city of Deltona.
Did you respond to a home at 1590 Providence Boulevard?
Yes, I did.
Why?
There was a report of a suspicious incident of a vehicle and people being at a residence that weren't supposed to be there.
About what time were you dispatched there?
I don't recall the particular time, but I believe it was an afternoon.
Were you alone?
No, I had Deputy Ernie and Canine Deputy Hal Lee with me.
What did you see upon arrival at 1590 Providence Boulevard in Deltona?
Upon arrival, there was a black vehicle. I'm not sure if it was in the drive or parked adjacent to the driveway. And in the call, the information provided stated that there was supposed to be no vehicle there.
What did you do?
We walked around the house, inspecting it for forced entry, believing that this could be possibly a burglary. Upon inspecting the exterior of the residence, we also ran a tag of the vehicle, and information didn't come back to that address, and it didn't actually come back to that vehicle either.
Did you see anyone on the property while you were there?
On the exterior, no, but upon entering into the carport that looked like it had been converted into a screened-in room, the doorway that went into the main residence, when I was inside inspecting that, a female stepped out and surprised me out of that door.
Did she identify herself?
Whenever I initially made contact with her and detained her for an investigation, and during the investigation, she was identified as Amanda Francis.
What happened next?
Whenever I first initially made contact with her, I was detaining her. I was asking her if there was anybody else in the residence. And at that time, I heard a noise inside the residence, and I looked over her shoulder and I saw a male standing there. And then he was also detained too.
Was he identified?
Yes, he was identified as Brandon Sheets.
Did you speak with anyone connected to the home while you were there?
Yes, I did. Upon making contact with these people and the information that we had gathered initially, we made contact with the homeowner, Norma Reedy.
Was she present in the home?
No, she was not. She evidently, this was, I would believe, was a summer home, and she lived up north. And I made contact with her by phone.
Okay. Did you also speak with her granddaughter, Erin Belanger?
I believe at the conclusion of the call, after talking to Ms. Reedy, we did talk to her also. By phone.
By phone. So the only people that were inside the home when you were there, it was Amanda Francis and Brandon Sheets.
Yes.
Did those two remain at the property?
No, they were ultimately, Brandon Sheets was arrested on a warrant upon further investigation into him, and Amanda Francis was a juvenile, so we contacted her mother to come and pick her up. At the conclusion of the investigation, after talking to the homeowner and everything, she determined that she did not want to pursue charges for the people being in her residence.
That's Norma Reddy.
Yes.
Let's talk now about the next day. So that would be Saturday, July 31st, right? Did you have contact with Troy Victorino that evening?
I'm not sure if it was the 31st or the early morning hours of August 1st. I responded to a call that Troy Victorino called to report a burglary to his residence.
What time do you speak with him approximately?
I believe it's shortly after midnight. Oh, no, it would have been in the early hours of August 1st, I believe.
The person that you met with there about the report of a possible burglary, do you see that person in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's seated?
He is seated at the table to my right, the second person in with a gray suit on.
Does he have glasses?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Troy Victorino.
The record so reflects.
Okay, so because it's 12:29 or thereabouts, is that what you said?
Yes.
That's the Sunday, August 1st. Where did you make contact with defendant Victorino?
In the street. I believe it was probably a house down from where he exited from. I didn't park directly in front of residence. I was a couple houses down, and as I was walking up, he walked and met me in the street,
And what street are you on?
Sky Street, in the city of Deltona.
Is that near the Providence Boulevard residence that you've already talked about?
It's approximately, as a crow flies, I would say probably a mile.
How about from Telford?
I'd say probably half a mile or a little bit less.
So what's the purpose of your call? You're going there. Walk us through what happens.
Mr. Victorino called to report a burglary to his residence where he wished to report that items were stolen from there. During the conversation, he stated that items, a Xbox gaming console and a basketball jersey and such that was stolen from the residence. During the conversation back and forth, because I had prior knowledge of 1590 belonging to Miss Reedy, I knew that it wasn't his residence and no one was supposed to be there. It eventually came to that a report was not going to be done about the burglary that he was reporting, and that that was going to be due to the fact that he was a uninvited guest to the residence.
Okay, so I just want to be clear for the jury. What home did he say his stuff was taken from?
The 1590 Providence Boulevard.
Okay, and so you'd already had that information from?
Yes, from me responding there prior to.
And what items did he tell you that it was for you that were taken?
From my memory, it stood out as an Xbox gaming system and a basketball jersey.
How did Mr. Victorino, how did he respond when you told him you weren't going to go forward with the complaint?
He became upset. His posture changed, and he stated to me that not to worry, that he would take care of this himself.
How did you handle that?
I tried to talk to him about maybe contacting the owner of the residence about maybe if the items were still there or some way to retrieve them. Also to due to the fact that he was an uninvited guest, the homeowner had no legal responsibility to maintain custody or safeguard that property, but that he could, if he developed a serialized item list or a list of items that were missing, that there could be a possible investigation later on.
Did that calm him down?
It didn't seem to, no.
What did he say?
He pretty much stopped our interaction and walked away.
Just one moment, please. No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Wood, any questions? Mr. Tomas?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, you went to the home and you made direct contact with two people, Mr. Sheets and Miss, what was the name of the girl? Francis?
Amanda Francis?
Were those the only two people at that home at that time?
Yes.
What was the address of that home again?
1590 Providence Boulevard.
Okay. Mr. Victorino wasn't there at that time?
It was not.
And did you come in contact with a person named Jerone Hunter at that time?
I did not.
All right. Now, am I correct that it was your understanding that the people staying in that home were not invited? Not been invited to stay there?
During my conversation with Miss Reedy, we were talking about pursuing charges and if anything was missing from the residence. In the background of the phone conversation, it appeared that she was talking with somebody else. I believe that was her grandson, Joshua. I believe at some point during this whole exchange that Joshua may have known Mr. Victorino, and it was divulged that he may have given him permission. But at the end of the investigation, we determined homeowner is the only one that is allowed to get permission to stay there. And so that was ultimately the reason why she decided not to pursue charges, because Joshua was involved with the incident.
So Joshua, the grandson of the owner,
Yes,
to your understanding, gave permission to Mr. Victorino to stay in that home.
that was being said, but whenever the grandmother questioned Joshua on it, he denied giving anybody permission. There was some question involved with that, so that's why she decided not to pursue charges on the people in the residence.
And the owner, the grandmother, she was out of town, not nearby.
Yes, she was out of town.
Did the grandson give, to your knowledge, give Mr. Victorino a key to that house?
I have no knowledge of that.
So you're not aware of how he would have been able to get into the house?
No.
When you went to the house, you went around and looked and inspected the outside of the house, correct?
Yes,
And am I correct that you did not find any signs of break-in, any disturbances, anything, you did not find anything to indicate that that house had been broken into, correct?
there's nothing outwardly, no.
And in your interactions with Miss Francis, the juvenile female who was in the home, she did advise you that she had permission to be in that house, correct?
She said she had permission from Troy Victorino.
And in your conversations with Mr. Sheets, the other individual, he said he had permission to be there as well, correct?
Yes.
And again, during your entire interaction or involvement in this case, you never had any interaction with Mr. Jerome, is that correct?
I did not.
Was there any other items that were missing other than this Xbox and this jersey?
I only knew of them items because that's what Mr. Victorino stated that was missing.
So it's your testimony that the only items that he told you were missing were an Xbox and a basketball jersey?
As far as I can recall.
He was living in this house, and those are the only items of property that you're aware of that were in that house?
Those were the items that I remember that he had brought up. As far as any other items, I do not recall.
Now, in your interaction with Mr. Victorino, and he approached you, correct?
We met in the street in front of, near the mailboxes of the residents.
And he was interacting with you, trying to resolve this matter through, I guess, the proper means, through the police, correct?
He called to make a report, yes.
And you told him that he had no rights because he was an uninvited guest, correct?
Yes.
All right, and did he respond to that?
He said something about Joshua giving him permission, but also explained that Joshua is not the homeowner. Homeowner is one that has ultimate say-so on who can enter their house.
You can acknowledge that it would be reasonable for somebody to believe that if the grandson of the owner of the house gave him permission, that that person has reason to believe that they actually do have permission to stay there.
Objection, relevant?
Approach.
Okay, so I get where he's going. They're trying to establish permission for him being in the house. And so I get where he's going. I gotta move that one down here. Sorry, guys. So he's trying to establish, that they have permission to be in the house. So that's what they're discussing right now. And of course, it went to static, so we can't hear what they're saying. All right, back to court.
So at the end of the day, at the end of your interaction with Mr. Victorino, essentially said, there's nothing I can do to help you. You have no legal rights to this property, correct?
Yes.
You were saying about giving him another option. What was it you were saying? For him to provide a list?
At first, I gave him to make a contact with the owner of the property, see if the property could be retrieved. And then also too, because he stated also that someone else down the street may have had the basketball jersey, and that may have led into another investigation if there was property missing, other than having to deal with the homeowner and that residence.
So you suggested to him to contact the homeowner?
Yes.
Did you give him the contact information for this homeowner? Who was the grandmother of the person who gave him permission?
It appeared that there was knowledge of who this person was, so I did not provide that.
Okay, sir. Since that was the solution you were offering, is there a reason why you wouldn't have provided that information?
I'd rather not provide information of a possible victim, but it appeared that he knew somebody that was involved with the residence that could have made contact with the homeowner. But I didn't want to release information to people's names that could have possibly been a victim.
Okay, even though that was the solution that you were offering, you weren't prepared to give him that information.
He appeared to know channels to make contact because he brought up Joshua's name, and no.
Hold on. Sir, when you met with Mr. Victorino, to your recollection, did he ever mention anything about Jerone Hunter?
I do not recall. I do not recall.
Okay. And Mr. Hunter would not have been present during that interaction, correct?
No, he was not.
And you already said he wasn't present previously when you went to the home.
No,
correct?
he was not.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Probisco.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Representative Mr. Victorino, just a couple of questions for you, sir. This Mr. Spencer that we were speaking about, that is the grandson of the homeowner?
Yes, I believe so.
And you never talked to that person?
I did not.
Are you familiar with any of your colleagues ever talking to that person?
I am not.
Is it fair to say that there was never any meaningful investigation into Mr. Victorino's claim of theft or burglary?
There was not.
There was no forced entry into the house?
There was not.
Did you have an estimation about how many people were living in that house?
I just made contact with two people in there, and then that Amanda Francis mentioning that Troy Victorino was also staying there.
Did you ever observe any personal property within the house?
On the carport, I saw some like bedding and some miscellaneous clothes.
You didn't have a good understanding about how long anybody had been living in that property, did you?
No.
So it could have been that a person was there for a week or a month or something like that.
I have no knowledge.
If folks were living in that house upon authority for weeks or months, presumably there would be a large amount of personal property in the dwelling.
It depends on the situation.
Were you ever involved in any sort of mediation or property exchange between Ms. Belanger and Troy Victorino?
No.
You understand that by your testimony, Mr. Victorino was upset at the situation, right?
Yes.
And you basically communicated to him that there was really nothing that could be done about this.
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar that Ms. Belanger was upset that her grandmother was not pursuing charges in the case?
When I talked to her on the phone, it appeared that way, yes.
Did the sheriff's office, beyond what you testified to today, ever give Mr. Victorino any solution or recourse in terms of how he would retrieve his property out of that place?
Not to my knowledge.
And just so we're on the same page, was Mr. Victorino effectively trespassed from going back to Providence?
No.
Okay. So he could have come and gone there as many times as he wanted, even though you responded to a suspicious incident?
Theoretically, yes.
Did you ever communicate with Ms. Belanger about how she could peacefully return the property over to Mr. Victorino?
At the conclusion of the day on August 30th, whenever she asked about the property there, I told her that under the law that the homeowner has no recourse or has to safeguard property of a squatter, trespasser, or such, and they can dispose of it.
Okay. Would you agree that information, we obviously have the benefit of looking back, but giving somebody that piece of information could potentially cause a future conflict? Do you agree with that?
It may.
Okay. Did the sheriff's office do anything proactively to avoid a conflict over this property dispute that you were party to?
Objection, can you approach?
Yes.
I'll speak up.
Squatter, trespasser.
Hey, they didn't allow any more questions after that. That was
All right,
interesting.
thank you. Anything, Mr. Gonis, of this witness?
Okay.
And may he be excused.
Yes.
All right, sir, thank you very much for your time. Your next witness?
Goodbye, Ossifer.
Yes. Subject to recall, sir. Thank you.
Next witness.
State calls Kimberly Jenkins, formerly Reese, R-I-E-S. Or I have that backwards, sorry. It's now Kimberly Reese, formerly Jenkins.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Gonis?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Kimberly Reese, K-I-M-B-E-R-L-Y, Reese, R-I-E-S.
And back in 2004, was your last name Jenkins?
It was,
Can you speak up just a little bit for us?
of
Thank
course.
you.
Sorry about that.
What county do you live in?
I live in Volusia County.
The murders happened sometime Thursday night into Friday morning of August 5th and August 6th of 2004. Did you live in Deltona the summer of 2004?
Correct. I did.
I'm going to just move that microphone towards your mouth.
Sorry.
okay.
My bad. Sorry.
A little nervous?
All is,
Just relax, okay? Did you know Erin Belanger?
I did.
How did you meet her?
We were friends through working at Burger King together.
Did you work at Burger King?
I did.
How long did you work at Burger King prior to the murders?
I had been employed. I was 14 when I had been employed, and I was 17 when the murders occurred.
Just ask the jurors, can you hear her okay?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
having a little bit of difficulty.
I'll speak up.
Just take a deep breath.
Yes.
Okay? No apologies needed.
So how old were you when the murders happened?
I was 17.
Did you know Francisco Ayo-Roman?
Yes.
How did you meet him?
He was a friend and a coworker through Burger King as well.
Was he Erin's boyfriend?
They were dating at the time, yes.
Did you know Michelle Nathan?
I did.
How did you meet her?
We were friends through Pine Ridge High School. I met her in 9th grade, and she was also my coworker at Burger King.
When were you at Pine Ridge High School? Were you still in high school when this happened?
It was the summer, yes, and it would have been starting my senior year, August 9th, the following day, 3 days after.
Did Michelle Nathan also work at Burger King?
She did.
Did you know Anthony Vega?
I did.
How?
Through my employer at Burger King as well.
Did he work at Burger King?
He did.
Do you know whether Michelle Nathan and Anthony Vega were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Yes, they were in a relationship together.
Did you know who Roberto Gonzalez was?
Yes.
How did you meet him?
He was my friend, and he worked with me at Burger King.
Did you know Jonathan Gleason?
Yes, I did.
What was your relationship with him?
We were dating at the time of his death.
How long had you known him?
I had known John for quite a while, at least middle school, and then we were friends through high school, and we began dating in 2004.
Began dating in 2004?
Yes,
So you were dating him when he was murdered.
I was.
How old was Jonathan when he was murdered?
He was 4 days shy of 18. He was 17 years old.
Had he graduated high school?
He did May of that year.
Was that from Pine Ridge?
He was from Pine Ridge, yes.
Do you know where Erin and Francisco lived during that time period when you met Erin?
I do.
Where?
That was on Telford Lane in Deltona.
Was that the 3106 Telford Lane?
3106 Telford Lane, yes.
Had you been to their home?
Yes,
Approximately, I don't need an exact, but approximately how many times?
many. It was the summer, and we were friends, so we did quite a lot of hanging out together as a group.
Who else lived in the home?
Michelle Nathan was living there with Anthony Vega, and Erin was living there with Flacco.
You mentioned Flacco. Is that Francisco Ayo-Roman's nickname?
That is correct.
And did Erin and Flacco or Francisco, did they share a bedroom?
They did.
And do you know which bedroom?
Yes, it's a split level house, 1 floor, and the 2 rooms over here. John was residing there for a few weeks in the back room. Michelle and Anthony were in the other room, and Erin and Flacco's room was over here towards the garage.
I'm not going to show you any charts or anything, so I just kind of want you to walk. When I come in the
Sure.
front door, there's the living room.
Mhm.
Is that right? So the master bedroom, is that where Erin
To
and
the-
Francisco were?
To the right,
That's over to the right?
correct.
And then there are 2 other bedrooms over on the left.
To the left.
Who stayed in the bedroom closest to the street?
Closest to the street was Michelle,
And did Anthony Vega stay
and
with her?
that was their room together. Yes, ma'am.
And then you mentioned another bedroom back there. Is that where you said Roberto had been staying for a little bit?
No, John had been
Oh,
staying there for
Jonathan, okay.
just a few weeks.
Okay, so tell us about that. So Jonathan moved in for a few weeks?
He was just residing there very temporarily.
Okay, and he had that bedroom.
Correct.
Had you stayed in that bedroom before?
Yes,
How about Roberto Gonzalez? Did he live there?
he did not.
Had you seen him there before?
Yes,
Prior to the murders, did you know Troy Victorino?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
Did you meet him prior to the murders?
I did.
When was that?
He came to Erin's home on Telford Lane, July 31st in the evening, and I met him then.
So Saturday, July 31st?
Yes.
And how is it you met him? What happened?
I had answered the door for Erin. We had several folks there at her house just hanging out on a weekend as friends. He came to the door and asked to speak with Erin.
With,
He came to her front door. I opened it, and then he asked to speak with Erin.
okay, so you're the one who opens the door.
Correct.
Who is home? Who's at Telford at that time?
John and I are there. Michelle Nathan is there. Erin is there. Rebecca Ortiz was also present. That's all I can recall.
Okay, how about, and if you don't remember, that's okay, but how about Mr. Gonzalez, Roberto
Tito,
Gonzalez?
yes, Roberto was there as well.
You mentioned Tito, so is that his nickname, Roberto's nickname?
Yes. Yeah.
How about Anthony Vega?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
It's okay. How about Michelle Nathan?
She was there.
When you saw Troy Victorino there, was he alone?
He was not alone. He had a tall, slender, blonde female. I'm assuming it was my age. She looked very young at the time when I was 17. But she was around that age.
Did you know Jerone Hunter before the murders?
No, I did not know him personally.
And he was not there that night.
Not that night.
Do you remember approximately what time Troy Victorino and the female came to the house?
It was in the evening.
You said the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it dark outside?
It was getting dark.
Getting dark.
Yes.
What did he say when you entered the door?
He had asked if Erin had been home, and I checked to see if she was available, and he wanted to speak to her.
Where was Erin?
Erin was, I believe, in the kitchen, which was just around the corner, and she said to let him know she would be right there. And then they proceeded to go to the garage to have a conversation.
So when you say the garage, did Troy Victorino come in the home at all?
Not I recall.
Okay.
He stepped around the front doors here and it goes to the garage and Erin came through and spoke with him.
So they were in the driveway in front of the garage?
They were in like the end part of the garage. Yes, so he was kind of standing outside of the garage. She's somewhat standing inside the garage.
Is the garage door open?
It is, yeah,
Okay, so that's how they're right there.
correct.
Where are you when this conversation is taking place?
I'm standing maybe 20 feet back because I had gone through the garage door. If you were driving out.
I didn't hear the last part.
Oh, I was just going through the garage door where if there's a laundry area, so I'm maybe 20, 15 feet away from them.
And I just want to be sure, are you saying you walked through the garage and then out into the driveway, or you were still in the garage?
I am
maybe?
still in the garage.
Okay,
yes.
so closer to the house door.
Yes.
And are you there alone?
No.
Who's with you?
Rebecca Ortiz, Michelle Nathan, Jonathan Gleason.
What happens?
They are having a conversation where Troy is, he's asking for his stuff back. He's letting Erin know that he is very upset about this and he wanted his possessions back. So
What did she say?
at the time she was agreeable with it. So she had intention to give him his belongings back.
Why didn't she give it to him right then?
I don't have the answer for that.
Okay,
I'm
do
sorry.
you know whether she had the property in the home?
There was property in the home. Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know there was some of the property he was looking for inside the home?
It was because it had been in the home. Myself, Rebecca Ortiz, Flacco. From my understanding, this was secondhand information. I was told that they were allowed to have these possessions from her grandmother's house, so we put them in the car and brought them over to Erin's. And there were several items there that were from the house on Providence.
And do you remember, was it that day or days before? Do you recall?
I want to say it was that day or the day prior. I believe.
It's okay.
Sorry.
You're doing great. So you assist in bringing some of that property from Providence over to Telford.
Yes.
What was Troy Victorino's demeanor?
Intimidating, forceful, unhappy.
What was Erin Belanger's demeanor?
She seemed like she wanted to give him his possessions back. She seemed fearful of what the repercussions might possibly be.
Did he? What else did he say, if anything?
He'd do anything to get his stuff back. He was very upset.
He said he'd do anything to get his stuff back.
Yeah, that was his stuff and he wanted it back. Stuff.
Bless her heart. She's shivering so much. I just want to give her a hug.
What happened next?
He left after being told by Erin that she would get him his belongings because she didn't have everything all at once again. It had been dispersed amongst everybody. Friends and
Did the jurors hear that? Can you repeat that last answer, please?
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So Erin had told him that she would get him his stuff back, and it was not all of it at the home at the time. So she wanted to make an arrangement to get him his stuff.
Just one moment, please, Caroline.
Sorry.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Tomas?
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Was it just once that you observed Mr. Victorino, or was there another instance where you had canceled?
This was the only time that I saw him at the house.
This was the only time. Now, he's having this conversation with Erin in the garage, correct?
Yes,
Where are you?
I'm standing in the garage where you would park a car maybe about halfway into the garage. So she's at the end of the garage and he's just on the outside of it. So I'm within 15 feet of them.
Okay, but there's some distance between you and Mr. Victorino and Ms. Belanger, correct?
Less than you are from me, yes,
They're having this conversation with each other. You're just kind of in the background listening in.
correct.
Are you the only one there listening in, or are the others there too?
There are others.
Everybody, or
Rebecca Ortiz, Michelle Nathan, Jonathan Gleason.
all those people are in the garage listening to this conversation,
Yes.
but they're all keeping their distance?
Rebecca is near me and Michelle, and John was standing next to me.
So Erin told Mr. Victorino that she would give him his items back,
Yes.
but not that night.
She had told him she would give him his items back.
And you acknowledge that although she didn't have everything, she did have a lot of his items were in that house that night, correct?
I really can't guesstimate how much of his property was in the home versus what was outside of it, but there was stuff in the home, yes.
For example, there was female clothes, correct?
There were dresses, cigars, unboxed items, GameCube, 2 Xboxes, CDs, multiple, just various items, stuff.
So, and even that night, am I correct that Erin and some of the other females who were there were trying on some of those clothes?
This was with permission from the Volusia County police officer who told them that they could take these items, so they were, yeah.
No, I understand that the police told them that they had no responsibility to return any of those items.
Yeah.
I'm just asking if they were actually trying them on that night.
They were, yeah,
And wasn't somebody playing on one of those GameCubes that night as well?
yes,
So Mr. Victorino is there. He's letting Miss Belanger know that he wants his items back.
very much.
These items were taken from the home that he was living in, so essentially they took all of his belongings, right?
With permission,
With permission.
yes,
He wants his belongings back.
correct.
Miss Belanger has at least some of his belongings, but she didn't give him anything back that night, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Well, presumably you would have seen it if she would have given him something, right?
I could have stepped away from when I was there. I did not see her given any possessions back.
Do you recall whether or not did she tell him, I don't have any of your stuff right now? Or I know you said that she would give it back at a later date, but did she address whether she had anything to give him at that moment? Would she ask that?
I've tried to not remember a lot of this, so I can't recall that. I'm really sorry. I'm trying here.
Right, so that, am I correct that conversation may have taken place? You just.
I
sitting here
can't
today,
recall it.
You don't remember.
I can't recall it.
Fair enough. All right, just one moment. And again, I think I already asked you this, but other than Mr. Victorino and a young female, nobody else came over there that night, correct?
It was only Troy and the girl with the blonde hair.
Right, so Jerome Hunter wasn't there.
I do not recall seeing him.
All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Good morning, ma'am. You testified just a few moments ago that you had participated in removing some of the property from Providence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also just testified about an exchange that you observed with Mr. Victorino and Ms. Belanger. Ms. Belanger, how long prior to that exchange did you go and remove the property from Providence?
Less than a few hours is my
Just
estimate. Yes, I believe it was either the day prior or the day of. I apologize. This was 21 years ago.
I completely understand. I'm just
sorry.
trying to get some facts. I'm not trying to
I'm
complain
sorry.
in any way about
Yep.
mixing up. I just want to know what you recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about, were you summoned there that day by Ms. Belanger to go and take the property out of Providence, or were y'all already hanging out?
Oh, I had gotten off of work at Burger King, and I remember my friend Rebecca had driven to my house with Flacco, Francisco, and she had said, hey, we're going to go by Erin's place. We're going to help her remove some things from her grandmother's house. Took it at face value, and we went to the house on Providence.
Thank you, ma'am. And it was your understanding that the property that you're removing, y'all could pretty much do what you wanted with it?
From my understanding, yes.
And did that understanding come from information that Ms. Belanger had communicated to y'all?
This was communicated to me from Rebecca Ortiz and then followed up later when I spoke with Erin. She confirmed it as well.
And I think you mentioned, and I understand, you're getting information as you receive it. You had mentioned having some understanding that the Volusia County Sheriff's Office had said y'all can do whatever you want with this property. Was that your understanding?
That was my understanding.
Would you agree that prior to Mr. Victorino coming to the house, there was no discussion about any arrangements to get this property back to its rightful owner?
One more time.
Sure. Was there? Do you have a recollection of any conversation or plan to get this property back to its rightful owner prior to Mr. Victorino coming?
That I don't recall.
Considering the brief amount of time between Mr. Victorino showing up and y'all removing the property, was everybody was not surprised when Mr. Victorino came to the house looking for his stuff?
I don't believe so.
So if there was only a short amount of time between the property being removed from Providence and Mr. Victorino showing up, was it in that period of time that some of the property was dispersed amongst friends or others known to Ms. Belanger?
Yes, Rebecca had taken a few items. I had taken a few items, and we left a lot of it at the home. Tito had a gaming system. It was like an original Xbox.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Abby G?
The name is familiar.
Were you familiar with that person receiving some of the property from Providence?
That after the fact, but not before, not during. This after the fact.
So you learned that information afterward. You
Of
didn't
course.
know in the moment.
Right. Sorry.
And ma'am, you seem to have a good recollection of Mr. Victorino's demeanor that night, right?
Yes.
And you testified about Ms. Belanger's demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you gave a specific statement of Mr. Victorino concerning, he'll get his stuff back by any means necessary, or something to that effect. You testified to that?
Yes.
How long do you recall the exchange being between Ms. Belanger and Mr. Victorino?
It was all of less than 10 minutes.
But you said less than 10. I mean, so this wasn't, hey, I want my stuff back, I don't have it, and leave. I mean, there was some dialogue back and forth, is that correct?
There was a discussion.
And it sounded like there was a group of maybe 4 or 5 people that were watching this communication unravel, correct?
It was myself and 3 others, 4 total.
And at no point in time did any of you all ever intervene because the situation was getting violent, correct?
We were there to support her in case she needed anything because he was pretty adamant and the discussion was getting a bit escalated. We were there as her friends supporting her.
You didn't observe a weapon in Mr. Victorino's possession? when you
No, I
observed?
didn't. No.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Any additional questions? All right, and may she be excused. Subject. All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Is this a good time for a mid-morning break?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break.
Okay,
Don't discuss the case among
Morning
yourselves
break.
or with anyone else.
so we know what happens there. That's a
And we'll be
Zoom
back in
Zoom.
15 minutes. Thank you.
And here we go, bringing it back in.
Good morning, how are you? Nice to see you.
Okay. Well, that was a quick break, guys. Okay. We're back here. Come on.
Megan, switch spots.
We could spot, but our numbers have the same.
Yes.
Your Honor, there is a crime scene video about 20 minutes long that we're going to be playing during Stacey Colton's testimony.
Is that the next witness?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second.
Okay. So we get to watch a crime scene video.
He edited.
All right.
I'm not sure what that's going to be about, but we'll figure it out.
So if anyone has it handy, great. If not, I can pull up the instructions online.
I do not have it handy.
Don't worry. That's all right. I'll pull it up. Thank you. Can I switch with you? Thanks, sir. All right.
It was originally about 40 minutes, Your Honor.
Mr. Godes, please call your next witness.
His name is Stacey Colton.
All right. Let's go. Stacey Colton.
And the witness has been, thank you, and the witness has been previously sworn.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Let me know when you've set up. Take your time.
Okay, I'm ready.
Easy question first. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Stacey Colton, Stacy, last name Colton.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently not employed. I've recently retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Walk us through your employment history.
Okay. Let's begin with my education because it kind of falls in. So my formal education I acquired at Buffalo State College, where I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in criminalistics. My forensic professional career began.
Stacey, can you hold on just one second? Can everyone hear her? You're kind of soft-spoken.
All right, I'll get closer. There we go. My first employment in forensics was with the District 7 Volusia County Medical Examiner's Office, where I was a morgue technician for approximately 2 years. So I assisted the forensic pathologist with autopsies on a daily basis.
Feedback. You can just a little bit.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna get it right.
All
Go
right.
ahead, continue.
So I assisted the forensic pathologist with autopsies on a daily basis. I also helped with note-taking, photography, evidence collection, and the recording of the inked finger and palm prints if necessary. From there, I became employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, assigned to the Daytona Beach Crime Laboratory in the forensic disciplines of latent prints and crime scene. With them, I completed both training programs. They were structured internal training programs. And once I completed those training programs, I became certified by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to conduct independent case examination for those forensic disciplines. In June of 2014, I accepted a position with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office as a latent print manager. I spent time there, and over the years, more tasks and responsibilities were assigned to me until they decided to make me the laboratory manager. And then in January of 2020, I was promoted to the forensic laboratory director.
When did you retire?
I retired this year, January of 2025.
If you haven't already, I don't want you to repeat yourself, but is there any additional specialized training or education as relates specifically to crime scene?
All right, so at the time of this incident, outside of the training program, which lasted, I believe, 10 months with the FDLE, which was the internal program, at the time of this incident, I had an additional 200 hours of external training associated with crime scene processing and evidence collection.
Did you respond to 3106 Telford Lane in Deltona?
Yes, I did.
What day?
August 6, 2004.
Do you recall approximately what time?
Approximately 9:10 a.m.
What was your role?
My role on that day, I was the primary crime scene analyst responsible for responding to any service requests made by law enforcement. So the phone rang and we were asked to respond to 3106 Telford Lane.
You say by law enforcement. What agency was that?
The Volusia County Sheriff's Office.
So they reached out to FDLE and asked FDLE to respond?
Yes.
Did you respond alone?
No, my partner, Daniel Radcliffe, came along with me.
Did anyone else assist you in processing the scene?
Yes, there were members from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit, as well as at some point I did call in members of the Orlando FDLE Crime Scene Unit who were responsible for bloodstain pattern documentation and analysis.
Can you describe the property and the home for the jury?
Yeah, there was a single family, 3-bedroom, 2-bath home that was approximately 1,400 square feet or so. There was a driveway with vehicles in it. There were vehicles on the side of the home. When I pulled up, I could see that there was a crime scene boundary established by the yellow crime scene tape, as well as plenty of law enforcement personnel who were on scene.
What did you do when you were first getting there outside the home?
Okay, the first thing that I need to do is make contact with the law enforcement that's on scene, right? And gather from them some details, the information that they have at that point in time to try to understand what they already know, what's going on and what has happened. From there, I began to walk the perimeter of the exterior of the home, checking all, just the grounds, the doors, the windows, the conditions of these things, just looking, making observations to see if I see anything out of place, unusual, something that should be documented.
You then proceed into the home?
Yes, yes.
Describe that process.
Okay, same thing. While I'm taking notes and making observations, my partner, Daniel Radcliffe, is handling the photography. We're kind of together near each other, working side by side. So now moving into the home, as I approach the home, the first door that we would come to gain access to this residence was the screen door. So that door was documented, sketched, and photography was done. And then there was a hallway, if you will, like a porch leading up to what is considered the exterior door of the house. That door was in its open position and I could see into the home. Once I stepped through that door, then I could see furniture. To my left was a red couch. I could see victims in the living room area, the kitchen in front of me to the left. And again, I'm still making observations and taking notes about what I see.
So it's just that initial documentation process?
Yes,
Were photographs taken inside the home as well?
yes,
And was there also a video recording taken of the scene prior to any processing or moving anything at the scene?
yes,
And was that provided to the state attorney's office?
yes,
Or at this time, state would move TTT, that's triple T, into evidence?
And,
Subject to prior objections, correct?
yes, ma'am, and Mr. Wood as well.
Subject to prior review.
Yes, sir. All right. Members of the jury, you're about to view and hear a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen to and consider this evidence.
And Your Honor, it's approximately 20 minutes.
All right, thank you.
You would ask to publish at this time?
Yes, ma'am. And so admitted.
Thank you. That'll be case number 2.
Thank you.
There's the video across the way that just wasn't on, Your Honor, so I just wanted to make sure that that's on for the jury.
And this one wasn't on either, so we have to get them all synced.
For the jury, it may be better for you here, or you can see over to the side there on your right.
Whichever's easier. All right, thank you. Juror number 10, you can see okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
They're still trying to set up the
Close up the top right.
program.
Okay, this is the photograph of Mr. Gleason and the chair, close up of his neck and face. This one is also Mr. Gleason in the chair, bottom left, bottom left. You can see injuries.
And they're showing pictures that us in the public can't see. They're showing pictures to the jury. So
Ear trauma to his head and neck area. And this is also in bottom right, another photograph from a slightly different angle. Thank you. The top left photograph, we see some red marks. What is that? This is blood spatter on the walls. Thank you. We're now going to discuss the state's 8. There are five photographs, 3 on the top, 2 on the bottom. You can orient us to where we are in the house and then start with the top left and walk us through what we're looking at. Okay, we're here now in the house. This is Anthony Vega. left is a photograph, photograph of the injuries and trauma to his neck and head. This one is more overall shot of his body, his position. That's the middle. That's the middle. To the right, we have some orientation so you can see how he corresponds to the hallway and his position in the living room, as well as these two items here, which correspond to items 20 and 21, which are a knife handle and a knife blade. And the middle photograph was that item between his arm and torso. My memory says this was like a wooden, almost like a wooden birdhouse, small birdhouse. And can you point out the areas of blood spattered here on the top right photograph? Yes. So this is a blood trail. There's blood here on the carpet. There's some here on the molding. And obviously around the body. You mentioned the blood trail. Do you know where did that begin and where did it end? It's believed that it started here in this bedroom. Bedroom one. You'll see photographs. We saw in the video. You'll see some more photographs that on this mattress there was a sheet, and you can see a trail on the sheet, come off the sheet onto the floor. I apologize. I think some jurors are having some difficulty seeing it, so I'm just going to kind of shift. Oh, it's okay. It's a small area. So I'll stay out of the way, but you can move between the pictures. So I'm taking back to this trail right here. I'm talking about this and where it goes. I apologize. I think I turned it too much now. Juror 10 may not be able to see. Okay, let's try that. All right. So underneath Mr. Vega here, I'm going to take you into the bedroom here to the left. So this is this bedroom. There's a mattress here. It has a sheet on it. And you can see blood trail. I can see blood trail on the sheet, onto the carpet, out into the hall, and then underneath his body. So that's what I'm talking about. Mr. Vega was turned over to see some additional trauma to the back of his head. That's bottom left photo. Bottom left, yes. And this is a close-up. Here, so this is Mr. Vega still in the living room. Here. These are injuries. Okay, any other items of evidentiary value there for us to discuss in any of those 5 photographs? No. Thank you. We're now going to discuss states 9. There are 4 photographs, 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. You can orient us again to what we're looking at and then walk us through the photos, starting with the top left. Okay. These photographs were taken in bedroom number 1. And we have victim number 4, who is Michelle Nathan in this room. This is a photograph standing at the door to this bedroom and her location. The mattress that I just talked about in the sheet, the beginnings of this trail on the carpet. So this is her position in that room. Again, this photograph is taken just standing back just a little bit more so you can see more of the room. More blood scattered here, blood scattered here, blood here around her head. That trail we already discussed. Bottom left is when she would roll over, so we can see more of her face and chest area. And lots of blood-stained trauma. And this is a different angle of her showing you her positioning. The closet was directly behind her. This is the closet door. This was a plastic container that was in the closet, also wooden shelving, if you will, but on this shelving as well as on this plastic container inside that closet. This, the bottom right photograph.
I know it's hard to hear, but they're going over each of the victims and where they were in the room and as to where the room was in the house. So that's what they're going over right now. It'd be just a few more minutes, and then they're going to show a video that was 40 minutes and been edited down to 20 minutes. So
Here's the clothing or bag of some sort. And going back to the top 2 photographs, you mentioned the trail we spoke about earlier. Is that the trail that leads to Anthony Vega's body? Yes. Just one moment. So this green bed sheet that's noted here in this drawing, says green bed sheet. Yes. That was collected? Yes. We're now going to discuss states 10. 3 photographs, 2 on the top, 1 on the bottom. If you could orient us again and then walk us through the photographs, starting with the top left. Okay, so we're still in bedroom number 1. This top left photograph was taken as if you were standing over here in this corner, facing in this direction. This here on the top right is a close-up of suspected footwear tracks on that green sheet that was on the mattress. You see some patterns. Okay, you see squares or patterns. And then we put a scale on one of those so that it could be enlarged 1-to-1. So it's true size. Again, we have some shoe track, very obvious pattern. You said 1-to-1 expanded to its actual size. What do you mean by that? I mean that if without a scale, if a footwear examiner needs to examine this item here, you put a scale in there so that it can be enlarged and used for examination and know that it's 1-to-1. It's true size. Anything else with these photographs? No. Next, we're going to discuss states 11. 4 photographs, 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. Again, please orient us the diagram and walk us through starting with the top left. Okay, we are in the hallway area here, as well as inside bedroom number 2 of these photographs. Bedroom number 3, Roberto Gonzalez. This is his placement when he was found, halfway into the hallway and a portion of his body inside the room. Before you move on from this photograph, we can see that trail of presumably Anthony Vega's blood. Does it go over the pant leg or under his Roberto's pant leg? It goes under. Okay, thank you. This is a medium angle shot of his body and trauma to his head and neck. Some grouping of some injuries to his abdomen. Blood on the carpet, blood around fabric and different pieces of clothing, pillows that were around his head. And that's top right, top right. Yep. This is a photograph standing inside this room. If you were looking back, you're standing here and looking back towards the door, bottom left, so that you can see, again, the positioning of his arms. There was a mattress, an air mattress inside that room, and a significant amount, in my opinion, of blood spatter on the walls here, flooring, and fabric items around his head. You said fabric items? Yeah, this is a pillow. I believe this is a sheet here. His clothing, carpet. Thank you. Bottom right. Bottom right is a photograph standing slightly over the top of him so that you can see a more close-up view of the trauma to his head. Anything else with these 4 photographs? Inside this room, there was broken glass as well on the floor. But I took a sample. I knew there was a broken lamp. I found a lamp shade. And then as I was removing items and searching in that room, I saw glass fragments on the floor. So I took a sample of that as well. And that's here number 47. Thank you. We're now going to discuss states 12. I think this might be some more of what you're discussing there. You were just discussing there are 3 photographs. 1 on the top, 1 in the middle, 1 on the bottom. If you could orient us and then walk us through starting with the top. Okay, so we're still in bedroom number 2. The top photograph is an image showing you the corner of this bedroom right here, the walls in this room. So here are some of the items that were on the floor. This is a plastic material here, a lampshade, and again, blood spatter on both this wall and this wall. So this is the corner here. And then there's a knit type cat here lying on the floor as well. The middle picture is more about the glass that I just told you about. You can see as things were removed, got down to the carpet level. So a sample of this glass was collected. And here's just a photograph that's standing back a little bit so you can see a lamp, cords, and how much glass was there. In this photograph, of these 2 photographs on the middle and the bottom, this time we can see some markers there. What are those? Yes, so these are evidence markers that correspond back to the items of evidence. So these are placed here by me, as I'm making observations, taking notes, and deciding what I'm gonna collect. Everything gets an exhibit number, so you can refer to it. Anything else on these photographs before we move on? No. We're now going to discuss case 13. There are 3 photographs, 2 on the top, 1 on the bottom. If you can please orient us in the diagram and walk us through what we're looking at, starting with the top left. Okay, so we're moving into bedroom 3 now. We saw in the video, this is victim number 5, Francisco Roman, and his position inside bedroom 3. He's just inside the entranceway from the bedroom, basically right here. This is the bed frame, right next to the body. You can see the grouping of injuries here on his chest and trauma to his head. Another photograph of him just slightly closer, so you can see his head, neck, and chest area. Blood on the carpet around him. And again, another angle of Mr. Vega, so you can see close up of his head top. Thank you. Now I'm going to show you states 14. There are 5 photographs, 2 on the top, 3 on the bottom. If you could please orient us and then walk us through each of the photographs, starting with the top one. Okay, so we are in bedroom number 3. This is labeled B6, Erin Belanger, and her location on the floor on the opposite side of the bed. So she's over here, with the guy next to her. You can see that for orientation purposes, we have the bed frame and the box frame here. Phone, cup, lots of blood evidence here on the floor. And right here, you can see just a sliver of white underneath her arm. And that is in the top left. On the top right, after the body is removed, this is that item of evidence 59, which is labeled a pay stub. So it's a paper item that clearly has blood on it, but it is collected in some agent. Thank you. Bottom left, this is going to be this bathroom right here, has a sliding door. So that's this right here. There's blood evidence here, here. Here is an up close photograph of Miss Belanger and severe trauma to her head and skull and body. That's the middle photograph? Middle photograph, yes. Can you see her skull exposed in that photograph? Yes. Her skull is so severely fractured that the brain matter, you can actually see the brain matter. And the bottom right. And the bottom right is a photograph again of her head. Her abdomen here is suspected right now, actually not her abdomen. Does that cover everything with these photographs? Just to be clear, this top right, this is after she's been moved, so is this flip flop the same flip flop piece for this one that we see here? I can see. There's a phone call. And for the piece of this. Thank you. Now I'm going to show you states 15. 3 photographs, 1 on the top, 1 in the middle, 1 on the bottom. Please orient us and then walk us through starting with the top. So we're still in bedroom number 3. This is this area right here. These 3 photographs of this space here. So you can see in the other photographs behind of the dog, here is the head and the phone, a cup, and a lot of blood spatter on this wall, on the carpet, on this towel, on this wall here. Slightly different angle here, just standing back just a little bit. You can see her arm in here, and again, placement of that face up underneath her arm. Slightly different angle. And this is a close-up of this area right here. Thank you. While you're standing, if I could ask you to come over here and take a look at these exhibits. May the witness join me with the exhibits?
She may.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes only as states CCC. Do you recognize this item? Yes, I do. What is it? Yes, it is the major case of accessory Victorino. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you first packaged it? Yes. I'm going to show you states AAA for identification purposes only and ask you if you recognize this package. Package, yes. I understand it's been open. Okay. Do you have any concerns about the package? No. Sure. Oh, the playing cards that we saw. And are these the playing cards that you collected from the residents? Yes. Are they in the same or substantially the same condition? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes only as states ID BBB. You could take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it. Yes. Again, I
They're
realize
going
it's
through
been
some of the
open
evidence,
already,
but what I
is
can
it in
say
the
here,
same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it.
neither one of these ladies have gloves on. I have a problem.
What is it?
Just saying.
And is that the knife that you referenced in the photographs? Now going to show you state's IDZZ. Ask you if you recognize it, and if so, how and what it is. This is exhibit 59 that we just talked about, which is the case stub that was underneath Aaron's arm. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it? I'm now going to show you states WW and ask you if you recognize it. Let's take this piece of tape off its mouth. But anytime you need some gloves, let me know.
Oh, now she mentions gloves.
This is the knife blade on the living room that you collected? Yes. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it? Yes. I'm going to show you now states TT for identification purposes only. If you want to take a look at the box, it's labeled bed sheet from bedroom 1, bag placed in a brown bag, biohazard. If you need any gloves or anything, let me know. I'm just looking to see whether you recognize it. Sure. Does it appear to be the bed sheet that was collected? Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected from bedroom 1? I'm now going to show you states SS. I don't believe you collected this item, but I believe we're going to discuss some work you did on it. What is it? It's a cardboard gloves box and a shoebox. Does it appear to be the one that you performed some work on in this case? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Yay, we're going back to a microphone. Maybe we can all hear again.
I'm just going to move this over here in case for the rest of your testimony, if you need to refer to where the item is that you, or the person is, you can walk us through it, okay? Did you collect a lot more evidence from the Telford home than we discussed here in court?
Yes, I did.
What did you do with all of the evidence that was collected from the home?
It was my responsibility to collect it, remove it from the home, properly package it, label it, and submit it to the crime laboratory for storage.
And did you also do some of the processing of some of the items that were collected?
Yes,
Did you also send some of it out to other departments at Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
yes,
Let's discuss some of the processing of the evidence that you processed. Did you collect swabs from various items of the evidence?
yes,
Did you process them
in an attempt to locate possible prints
Yes,
or DNA.
yes,
I just want to discuss a couple of them. Did you collect what we refer to as major case prints from both defendants
yes,
and Michael Salas
yes,
and Robert Cannon?
yes.
What are major case prints?
Major case prints is the recording of all of the friction ridge skin that's present on the hands, the tips of the fingers, the 3 joints of the fingers, and all areas on the palmar surfaces of the hands.
During your career in crime scene investigation, approximately how many times have you compared prints in an effort to either eliminate or identify someone?
Tens of thousands.
Were there numerous latent prints lifted from the Telford home?
Yes,
Did you examine them?
yes,
Is it fair to say that the majority of those prints were identified with the victims who were murdered in the home?
yes,
Is it also fair to say that no latent prints found in the home match the defendants?
that's correct.
While we're discussing the prints, you've already identified the items, so at this time, the state will move CCC into evidence. No objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
State 16. And are those the major case prints that you analyzed in this case?
Of which exhibit?
CCC, the one
Yes.
you already
Yeah.
identified?
Yes,
Did you process the Lugs box and its contents for prints?
yes,
And is that what I've already shown you, states SS?
yes,
At this time, the state would move SS into evidence? No objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
That'll be state 17. Mayor, may I just show the jury, we're not going to take the box out or
Yes.
examine. What is the Lugs box and what's your understanding of where it was located?
may I refer to my notes?
Yes, may the witness refer to her notes?
And while she's doing that, if council can come up just for scheduling.
Yes, Judge.
All this money. So I think this is a good time to break for lunch. And so what we'll do is
Sorry about that, guys.
I think this is a good time for
Okay, lunch break. So we can turn the
for 1:15.
voice back on.
Thank you.
And we're going to zoom through our lunch break. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Okay, lunch break. Learning to multitask. You'll have to bear with me, please. All right, now we got a beautiful blue Florida sky.
About that. I think we. So.
Oh, man. Called MBD, and then I lastly
All right,
powdered
that's where we'll pick up.
the items in an effort to recover latent prints. Some of them had tape on the bats as well, so the tape was removed by me in different sessions, and latent print processing was done on those as well.
And what was the purpose of removing that tape?
I wanted to have the ability to process, because I don't know who put the tape on there or when that tape was applied, so who these bats belong to. So in the chance that whoever put the tape on there, their fingerprints was in between the wrappings of the tape, I wanted to know if there was any information in there that we needed to know.
Okay, if you could please take out, that's Q2, correct?
Yes,
You could please, and I'm sorry, I need the evidence number as well, like just in case I didn't announce it, states 24. You could please remove the back.
oh man.
May she walk along the
She may.
jury? What is the material of the bat? What is the bat made out of? You mentioned tape. Was tape on this bat?
Yes,
Can you describe where the tape was and the process you went of taking the tape off?
yes. So there was tape here, you can actually see some of the residual sleeping material here. I'd like to look at my notes, but I'm not sure if this is.
Certainly, I'll pull the bat. We can talk about it from here. So
Okay.
I'll hold the bat and then I see some of your writing on here. So if you need to explain to the jury.
Right there. Okay, so these are the notes that I took about the tape. The entire length of Q2 is covered in black tape. The surface has some holes, cracks, and cuts in it. The removal of the tape begins at this end, travels all the way down and back up. And again, those pieces of tape came off in separate pieces, sometimes naturally because of the tearing and holes that were in the tape. So if it came off naturally, I would just finish, mark it, and have it ready for processing. So.
And what were the results, if anything, from this bat?
So the metal bat itself, the results were negative.
For what? When you say
Negative for latent prints. There were no latent prints
Okay.
on there. The tape, however, I did develop some latent prints on the tape, 4 of them to be exact, and they were not identified.
Was this bat also swabbed for possible DNA?
That would have gone to serology before me.
Okay, so you wouldn't have participated in collecting any swabs. The bat first went to serology and then came to you for processing for prints.
Correct.
Did you recover any hair from this bat?
Recovered hair from Q1.
So no hair recovered from Q2.
Correct.
You mentioned you found a hair on Q1.
There were 3 small hairs removed from item Q1.
Did you package those?
Yes, I did.
What did you then do with them?
I labeled them and then had them, I notified serology at the time and let them know that they existed, and they were scheduled to go to that discipline for examination.
You mentioned you recovered 4 prints from the tape. Was that on the inside or the outside of the tape on Q2?
It was within, inside.
Okay. Did you compare it with the 4 defendants?
Yes, I did.
Were there any matches?
There were not.
Did you recover any prints from the other 3 bats?
No, I did not.
How about you mentioned hair?
No hair on those others either.
I could have just 1 moment, Judge.
You may.
At this time, the state would move into evidence ID TT, already identified by the witness. It's the bed sheet. Objection.
Objection.
So admitted.
County State 27. No.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wood, or you or Mr. Tomasa?
Okay.
All right, come on up.
Good afternoon.
Good
Just
afternoon.
had a handful of questions. So, so of the house, the Telford house, you, believe collected about 40 lifts, living lifts?
I believe there were approximately 40 that were taken, yes.
And did I understand you correctly that of those 40 lifts, none of them matched my client, Jonathan Hunter?
That is correct.
And you mentioned the knife blade identified as an evidence that was collected by you. And where was that located again? What do you?
Are you speaking of the one that was on the board that we
Yes.
talked about? The knife blade was on the living room floor.
The blade itself was a serrated edge blade?
It did appear to have some serrating on it, yes.
I'm sorry, what?
It did appear to have some serrated edges, yes.
All right. And did I also understand you correctly, because right now knows my client's fingerprints were not found on either the blade or the handle?
That is correct.
Now, there were other cutting instruments, knives that were found in the house, were there? Or do you recall?
Yes,
And do I understand that of all those cutting items, none of them had lifts that were identified to my client, Mr. Hunter?
that is correct.
Okay. Sorry, one. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sammons?
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I just have to clarify, since a couple questions were asked about the presence of fingerprints. As far as any of the cutting instruments that were collected, they did not have any fingerprints on them that were identified to any of the 4 co-defendants, correct?
That's correct.
So that would include Anthony Cannon and Michael Salas and Troy Victorino as well.
Correct.
And those other cutting instruments were found in just kind of different rooms on the floor, and also one in the couch, I believe, like a folding knife. Okay. But at least as far as you could tell, they were likely not used in the event.
They were not believed to be used, correct.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit about the scene itself. We all watched the video, so I want to kind of ask you a couple questions about that. I think it was pretty plain to see that there was a lot of blood involved in the scene, correct?
That is correct.
There was blood on different locations, both bedding, carpeting, as well as walls,
Yes,
even some on ceilings, correct?
yes,
Okay. And this was in pretty much every room in which there was a victim located.
I believe so, yes.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about the bed sheet that was entered into evidence. I believe it was States 27. I want to make sure I'm correct. That was the bed sheet with the boot print that we had seen on the board, correct?
Yes,
That boot print was visible because it was bloody, correct?
yes,
So that's what the material that left the print, the substance that left that print was blood.
there was suspected blood, yes.
Suspected blood. I mean, it looks like blood to you just from the naked eye, correct?
Yes,
You're a very experienced crime scene investigator. That's what it looked like to you.
yes,
So when you're walking through a crime scene, blood can attach to whatever you're walking with, your shoes, your pant leg, things of that nature, correct?
shoes, yes,
Clothing, if you're rubbing against a wall, you
Yep.
get blood on your clothing.
Yep.
So when you have a scene like this that has a lot of blood, it wouldn't be unexpected that it would transfer to other people.
if they made contact with it, yes,
And there was just a lot to make contact with. Would you agree?
yes.
Another thing that was pretty noticeable from the crime scene video that we watched was, I think one of the first areas that we looked in was the kitchen, correct?
Yes,
Towards the beginning it was.
Yeah.
There were drawers open in that kitchen.
yes,
There were cabinets open in that kitchen.
yes.
And when this crime scene video was taken, nothing was touched by law enforcement, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Nothing was moved.
No.
Everybody was in the position that the first person who walked in saw them.
That was my understanding, yes.
And that's what it should be, correct?
Yes,
So they wouldn't have opened cabinets or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay, so that's the way it was, to your best estimation. Going into bedroom 3, would you agree that the mattress was in a location where it should not have been normally?
agreed.
So it was quite a kind of, the room was in kind of disarray.
Yes,
That would be a good description.
yes,
In the bathroom, drawers were opened,
correct.
and that's the way it was when it was seen.
Yes,
Going into bedroom number 1 as well. That was the one with the, I believe, where the sheet was on the bed. That bed was also not in a location where it generally should be.
Correct.
It was pulled off of its box spring,
Yes.
just as in bedroom 3.
Yes.
And then I believe in bedroom 2, there may have been an air mattress of some kind that we see, correct?
Correct.
And that air mattress likewise is not on a floor with bedding on it. It is kind of turned around. Would you agree?
Yes.
So once again, that room looked like it was in some sort of disarray.
Yes.
Would you agree that all the bedrooms appear to be in disarray?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the Lugz boot box. Was there any blood on that box?
I'd have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure, but I don't believe so.
And I think that it is probably correct, your instinct, but please feel free to confirm with your notes.
No, I have no notation or recall any blood being on there.
And of course, you did not recover the Lugz boot box yourself. This was provided to you after serology had looked through it.
Correct.
So you were a part of that scene where that was found.
That's correct.
Likewise with the sunglasses were not found inside of the Lugz boot box.
No, I don't believe so.
They were found in the same location, the vehicle, as the Lugz boot box, correct?
Yes.
But they were not within each other.
Correct.
And as for the bat itself, that we looked at, there were several bats that you looked at. The one we looked at, you described how the tape was coming off and how there were holes in the tape, as if it were worn. Would that be accurate?
Worn and damaged.
Worn and
Yes.
damaged? You cannot tell how new those bats were, how old those bats were. Would
No.
that be accurate?
That's accurate.
What they were used for previously, where they came from, nothing can be told by what analysis that you did.
No.
Your analysis was limited to fingerprinting, and there were no fingerprints that identified any of the 4 co-defendants to that bat, especially, or any of the bats.
That's correct.
Just one moment. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Gonis?
No, Judge.
All right, and may she be excused or
Yes,
sub?
subject to recall.
All right, thank you, ma'am, very much for your time. Mr. Gonis? Oh, is it Mr. Urbanek? Are you up? Okay, your next witness, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Right here. Just the mic on there.
Mr. Urbanek, we may approach.
Yes.
Thank you. It'll be brief.
I am so sorry. I did not know that thing was making all that static like that.
Only got out the car. Naomi, Crystal, Nicole. Yes, sir. Consider her my best friend as well.
I think you may have slipped in and restayed his house too.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Cannon have a
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I inquire?
You certainly may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thank you for asking. Can you please state your entire name and spell for the court reporter sitting in front?
Brandon Dominic Graham. That's BRANDONDOMINIC. Graham, GRAHAM.
And sir, in what state and county do you reside in?
Richmond County and Augusta, Georgia.
And did you travel down here to testify in this case?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
38 years old.
What do you do for a living?
I am a criminal investigator with the Sheriff's Department.
At one time, did you reside here in Volusia County?
Yes, sir.
When was it that you resided here in Volusia County, sir?
My whole life into 2012 when I left for the United States Army.
So you were born here in Volusia County?
Yes, sir.
Were you living here in Volusia County in August of 2004?
Yes, sir.
How old were you in August of 2004?
I was 13 years old.
And where were you living in August of 2004?
I was going from house to house, sleeping on couches from pillar to post.
So more or less couch surfing?
Yes, sir. Pretty much homeless.
Did you go to high school down here?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Deltona High School.
And is that where you're doing most of your couch surfing in the city of Deltona?
Yes, sir.
Going again, staying with August of 2004, did you know a man by the name of Michael Salas?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Mr. Salas?
This time I've known him for about 3 or 4 years. I consider him my best friend.
So you guys go to high school together?
Middle school, high school, yes, sir.
Would you occasionally sleep at his house as you were couch surfing?
Yes, sir.
Also, in August of 2004, did you know a Robert Anthony Cannon?
Yes, sir, I did.
How long have you known Mr. Cannon?
About 3 or 4 years as well, too.
Same thing, go to high school, middle school?
Yes, sir. Middle school, high school, stayed at his house as well,
Was he
too.
a close friend like Mr. Salas?
Yes, sir. Consider him my best friend as well, too.
I think you may have slipped in and stayed at his house too.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Cannon have a vehicle you guys often rode around?
Yes, sir.
What type of car was that?
He had a white Expedition.
So the big sport utility vehicle?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, about a week before this happened, this incident we're here for, did you meet Troy Victorino and Jerome Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the same kind of history with Mr. Hunter and Mr. Victorino that you had with Mr. Salas and Mr. Cannon?
No, sir.
Did you meet Mr. Hunter and Mr. Victorino for the first time together?
Yes, sir.
What were the circumstances of the first time that you met Mr. Hunter and Mr. Victorino?
I met them when I was with Mr. Cannon and Mr. Salas, and we're in Mr. Cannon's Ford Expedition, and we were meeting up with Troy to go to the house on Telford.
I think Judge, now would be an appropriate time for the instruction.
Okay. Just one moment. The evidence you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendants may be considered by you for its bearing on any matter to which it is relevant. However, the defendants are not on trial or subject to this penalty phase for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment.
Excuse me, Judge.
You may.
Thank you. So you said you were picking them up, and was this at the Ford Expedition?
Yes, sir.
With Mr. Cannon driving?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where you picked them up?
We picked them up off of a residence off of Fort Smith.
Is that in the city of Deltona?
Yes, sir, it is.
Were there also picked up at some point that evening before you went out to Telford some women in the car as well?
Yes, sir. It was 3 sisters with us as well, too.
So pretty full car.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you been out to this Telford Lane house before?
Prior to that day, no, sir.
And was this on or about August 1st of 2004?
Correct. Yes, sir.
When you were going to the house, did Mr. Victorino say anything about why you were going to that Telford house?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Mr. Victorino had stated that a couple of residents at the Telford house had stolen his property from another resident, and he was adamant about getting it back.
As you're approaching the Telford house, did Mr. Victorino give any instructions about how or where to park the white Ford Expedition?
Yes, sir. So when we were pulling up to the residence, there was a kind of like a bed of bushes. Troy instructed Mr. Cannon to park behind those bed of bushes so he can be concealed and not be seen from at the Telford house.
And what happened once the car was parked at the Telford house?
So everybody originally got out the car. Naomi, Crystal, Nicole, Jerome, Mr. Salas, I stayed back with Mr. Cannon and Troy. And Mr. Cannon ended up getting out of the vehicle, and I stayed back with Mr. Victorino. We had a conversation, and then I ended up getting out of the vehicle and going up to the house with everybody else when Troy stayed in the car.
Okay, and when you're up at the house with everyone else, does that include your own?
Yes, sir, it does.
Did anybody have any weapons with them?
Yes, sir. Me, Jerome, Anthony, and Mike, we all had baseball bats, and the females had knives.
And what type of bats were these, do you remember?
They're metal bats. Some of them were taped, some of them were not taped.
So you said tape, like you're talking duct tape, electrical tape, what kind of tape?
Black electrical tape.
Did you go inside of the residence while you were there?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did anybody go inside of the residence?
Yes, sir.
From your group?
Yes, sir. Some of the females had one inside of the house.
And were any of the residents of the house either come outside or in the doorways or anything?
The doorway, yes, sir. And we're standing outside trying to antagonize them to come outside.
Do you recall Mr. Hunter saying anything as he was at the house in the yard?
Yes, sir. I remember him trying to encourage somebody to come outside and fight him, multiple people to come outside and fight him.
This is while he had the bat.
Yes, sir, correct.
Did the women who went into the house in the Telford, did they end up coming out?
Yes, sir. They came back with a CD case that belonged to Troy, and they ended up showing Jerome, Mr. Hunter.
So they showed some CD cases to Jerome?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, as y'all are there in the yard, is this a continued yelling, arguing back and forth with people in the house?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize any of these people you saw, stepping out of Telford or yelling from Telford?
Didn't recognize anybody. I remember hearing the name Flacco.
Flacco?
Yes, sir.
Now, how long do you think this whole thing lasted once you were up in the yard with everybody else?
Maybe anywhere between 15 to about 20 minutes.
What happens after the girls come out with the CDs and CD cases and they show them to Jerome?
So Jerome tried to get people to come outside and fight him, but I ended up going back to the vehicle, and I know the girls slashed some tires and came back to the vehicle.
What happened after that?
We're leaving the Telford street. We seen a deputy drive right past us as we were leaving the street.
Was that pretty close to, so you leave, you see that the deputy pretty quickly after you leave?
Yes, sir. It was almost like instantaneous.
And where do you go after that?
We go drop off Troy and Jerome back at the house on Fort Smith.
I want to take you up to Wednesday, the 4th of August, the day before the homicides happened on the 5th. Did you come into contact with Troy and Jerome on the 4th as well?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
It was Manny Rodriguez Park.
Just a moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
So this gentleman used to hang out with these boys before the murder happened. So I'm not sure if he was there at the murder or not. We haven't gotten to that point. But it's interesting to know that the days before.
Yes, sir.
What park was that?
Manny Rodriguez,
What city is that?
Deltona, Florida.
And why were you going to Manny Rodriguez Park?
Mike and Anthony were involved in an altercation, and the same people who were responsible for taking Troy's belongings were the ones who jumped him. So we're meeting up with Troy to fight these individuals.
So there's believed there was going to be this fight at Manny Rodriguez Park.
Yes, sir.
And you said Mike and Anthony, that's Mr. Cannon and Mr. South?
Yes, sir. Correct. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So how do you get there?
With Mr. Cannon.
And do you meet Jerome and Troy there, or are they already there?
We meet them there.
And were there some other people with you as well?
Yes, sir. There was numerous other friends of ours there.
And is this in the evening time at night?
At night.
Let's talk about weapons. Did you have a weapon?
Yes, sir.
What did you have?
I had a baseball bat.
Did Jerome have a weapon?
Yes, sir.
What did he have?
He had a baseball bat as well, too.
What about Mike? Did he have a bat?
Yes, sir. Him and Mr. Cannon.
Are these the same metal bats?
Yes, sir.
Did someone also have was there also a gun?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cannon also had a gun on him. I'm sorry.
Do you remember what type of gun it was?
380.
380. Do you remember how many bullets he had?
He only had 2 bullets.
Just 2 bullets?
Yes, sir.
Did these kids, these other people that you're supposed to kind of fighting that night, did they show up at Mayor Rodriguez bar?
No, sir.
What happened when they didn't show up?
All of my other friends left. It was me, Mike, Anthony, Jerome, and Troy. We were the only ones left. And as we were getting ready to leave, a group of people that we weren't supposed to fight, they showed up and they started yelling all kind of things at us. So
Fighting words, more or less?
yeah, fighting words, all kind of obscenities. Yes, sir.
And the group you were with, the 5 of you,
Yes, sir.
did you get in the Ford expedition?
Yes, sir. Troy told us to get an expedition and we started chasing, I believe it was a white Galant through the back roads of Deltona.
And at some point when you were chasing this vehicle, did Troy ask for anything?
Yes, sir. Troy told Mr. Cannon to hand him the gun, and Troy took the gun and leaned out the window and he shot at the vehicle.
How many shots? Just one?
Just one shot. Yes, sir.
So only 1 bullet left.
Yes, sir. 1 bullet left.
What ended up happening after he shot at that vehicle?
So he told us that the vehicle was going to be hot, so he wanted to go home. So
The expedition?
yes, sir.
Did you guys lose the other people? Did they get away? Or?
Yes, sir. They sped off. After we kind of shot at it, I heard like a loud medical sound, and then they ended up kind of speeding off and getting away from us.
Where do you go after the shot's taken at the vehicle and it gets away? Where do you go next?
We dropped Mr. Victorino off at the house on Fort Smith.
Same house on Fort Smith you talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
And when you drop, is it both Mr. Victorino and Mr. Hunter gets dropped there?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Do you end up going back to that Fort Smith house the next day on August 5th?
Yes, sir.
Who do you go back with? How do you get there?
Anthony drove us in this expedition, and it was me, him, and Michael.
Was Anthony kind of like the primary means of transportation for y'all?
Yes, sir. He was the only one with a vehicle.
And when you get to Fort Smith, you go inside the house?
Yes, sir. We go inside the house.
Karen and Salas also go in?
Yes, sir.
And who's there?
Jerome and Troy.
And is this during the day, morning? When is this on the 5th?
It was morning, going into the afternoon. It was between 11:30 and 1 p.m.
So when you get there, so it's the 5 of you, right?
Yes, sir.
What you guys just talked about it, what happened the night before?
Yes, sir. We're kind of talking about what happened before, and we're just sitting down on the couch, just talking.
As you're sitting on the couch talking, at some point does Mr. Victorino talk about a movie?
Yes, sir.
What was the movie he started talking about?
He picks up a movie called Wonderland.
As of this date, like the date of this conversation, August 5th, you ever heard of the movie Wonderland?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Victorino talk about that movie with you guys?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He told us that at the end of the movie, a group of niggas ran in somebody's house and they beat him to death with lead pipes
And why was he telling you about this?
because he said that it's something that he wanted to do.
Did he say where he wanted to do this?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
To the house on Telford.
After he made that statement to y'all, did Mike say anything?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
Mike had said, I'm down.
What about Anthony?
Anthony had said that he was down and that he was ready to kill him a bitch.
And did Mr. Victorino say anything to Jerome, you remember?
He said, I know you're down because your stuff was stolen too, but Jerome shook his head and acknowledging that he was down.
And what about you? Did Mr. Victorino say anything to you?
I turned my back when he asked, and he asked me again, and I kind of hesitated. And then I ended up telling him, yeah. He said, I thought you weren't down because you turned your back.
And after he's talked to, each one of you kind of piped in, does he go into more detail about the house on Telford Lane?
Yes, sir. So he basically told us to kind of gather around, and he took his hand as he visually laid out kind of where the rooms were going to be, who sleeps in the room, and where the point of entry would be, and how we would move through the household, and what we would do.
And what did he want? How did he want you guys to move through the household?
He wanted us to move through the household. At a point in the time, Mr. Hunter asked about wearing masks, and he stated that we weren't going to need any masks because we're going to leave no witnesses and leave no evidence.
All right, so Mr. Hunter suggested wearing masks.
Yes, sir.
And who was it that said, made that next statement, we're not going to need masks because we're not going to leave any evidence?
Mr. Victorino.
Was there also a discussion about what would happen afterwards in terms of clothing?
Yes, sir. Mr. Victorino stated that we'll need a change of clothes because the clothes were probably going to get bloody.
Now, you were somebody who was couch surfing, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a change of clothes with you?
I did not have any change of clothes at all, but Mr. Hunter offered me a change of his clothes.
When you were there, was the gun there still, the gun from the night before?
Yes, sir.
How had the gun from the night before gotten back to the house?
So the same night of the shooting incident, when we returned back to Anthony's house, Mr. Victorino had called Anthony and said that he didn't feel right. He didn't feel safe. He felt like maybe somebody was going to come back and get him. So he asked us to bring the gun back to him.
So you guys had ran the gun back over there the night before?
Yes, sir. Correct.
On this day, on the 5th, when this conversation is happening, still only one bullet with the gun?
Yes, sir.
Was there a conversation about trying to get more ammunition for that gun?
Yes, sir. Troy had stated that his family would probably have some more bullets for the weapon. So we drove around to about 3 different households trying to find some ammunition for it.
I see y'all end up leaving Fort Smith and going to Dutons.
Yes, sir.
Is this all 5 of you in the expedition?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Were there bats still in the car, the metal bats?
Yes, sir.
Where were they in the expedition?
They're in the back in the trunk.
How many different places did you go to try to get bullets for that 3?
3 different places.
Any success at all?
No, sir.
They said that this was, you were at the house, you got to the house like late morning, early afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Is it still daylight as you're out looking for this 380?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Did you have a cell phone back in 2004?
Yes, sir. I did.
At one point when Mr. Victorino and Mr. Hunter had the car, did you talk to Mr. Cannon and Mr. Salas about what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I talked to them, I kind of asked them, they asked me, was I down for it? And I told them I really don't know.
Did one of them kind of pressure you a little bit?
Yeah, Mrs. Salas called me a bitch because I didn't seem like I had my heart into it.
And shortly after that, did you end up making a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I called a real good friend of mine, Chris Craddock, and I asked him if I can come over to his residence.
And was that okay with Mr. Craddock?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Craddock live in Deltona?
Yes, sir, he did.
Where in Deltona did he live?
He lived up on one of the main roads, but it was like secluded and you had to take multiple back roads to get to his residence.
Now, to your knowledge, did any of the other 4 guys know Mr. Craddock?
No, sir, they never met him before.
Ever been to his house before, as far as you knew?
No, sir.
Did you ask the guys if they could drop you at Mr. Craddock's house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did they drop you at Craddock's house?
Yes, sir.
Before you got out of the car and went into Mr. Craddock's house, did Mr. Victorino say anything to you about Hyman for that?
Yes, sir. He told me that he'll come back and pick me up around between 7 and 9:30. Excuse me.
And did they leave you in the expedition, the 4 guys?
Yes, sir. They left.
You stayed at Craddock's house, or did you end up going somewhere else?
Well, I ended up going to another friend of mine's house.
And what city was that?
Mr. June stayed in DeLand.
DeLand?
Yes, sir.
So north of Deltona, obviously.
Yes, sir.
But that evening, kind of jumping ahead, that evening, did you end up going back to Mr. Craddock's house later?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you end up missing some phone calls that night?
Yes, sir. I probably missed about 10 phone calls that night.
And who are those phone calls from?
Mr. Cannon's cell phone.
So his number, you would have had his number and your phone number showing up as his
Yes, sir.
number.
Yes, sir.
You know, we're talking back in 2004, cell phones are a little different.
Yeah.
At any point, did Mr. Craddock take the call for you?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell Mr. Craddock what to say?
Yes, sir. I told Mr. Craddock to tell them that I was going to go to the hospital on DeLand and visit my sick brother.
But that wasn't what you were doing.
No, sir.
Did you tell Mr. Craddock about what had happened at that house in Fort Smith, the conversation that had happened?
Yes, sir. So originally, when I first got dropped off and I walked in the house, Mr. Cannon called me. He told me not to tell Mr. Craddock about what we talked about.
This is when you first dropped off at Mr. Craddock's house?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay, go on.
But I felt the need to confide in Chris, and I ended up telling him what we had talked about.
So when Mr. Craddock was helping you out and taking that phone call, he had some knowledge about what had been going on?
Yes, sir.
At any point that night, on August 5th, in the morning of August 6th, or the morning of August 6th, did you ever meet back up with Mr. Victorino, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Cannon, or Mr. Salas?
No, sir.
Where did you sleep that night?
At Chris's house.
When did you first hear the news of what had happened at Telford Lane?
Chris's mom called us the morning of, and she advised us that 6 people had been murdered in the house in Deltona.
Did this, I mean, when you heard this, did you kind of instinctively know or think anything like that's what they were talking about, or?
After the initial shot, Yes, sir. That's when it struck me that that they did it.
And where did you go when you heard this news?
We went to the house on Telford to verify if it was a house that we were talking about.
And when you got, so you said the house on Telford, so in your mind, it's the same house that we visited a few days before on the first?
Yes, sir. Correct. The same house that we're planning on.
So you went back there?
Yes, sir.
And when you got there, what did you see?
We seen basically the whole street was blocked off with sheriff's deputies and news crews and all of that stuff. But it was the same house that we planned on going to and the house that I've been to previously.
Did you talk to deputies?
No, sir.
Why not?
Just nervous, scared.
Where did you go then instead?
We went back to Chris's house.
Did you at some point later that day actually come into contact with Mr. Salas, Mr. Cannon, Mr. Hunter, and Mr. Victorino?
Yeah. After we left Chris's house, I told him to drive me by Mr. Salas' grandma's house. Is where I was keeping some of my belongings. And I came in contact with Mr. Salas at his grandmother's house.
Any really conversation with them at all about the night before?
I've seen him, Troy, Jerome, and Mr. Cannon, and originally there was no conversation about that in front of Troy. And I noticed that Troy had, like, Mr. Cannon's car was full with stuff that previously wasn't there. And I noticed Troy had a Game Boy. So I kind of talked to him about it.
Like, you said full of stuff. Like, what kind of stuff were we talking?
Like clothes and just a whole bunch of other, like, personal items.
Personal one.
Yes, sir.
You said Troy had a Game Boy?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen him with his Game Boy before in the week that you've known him?
No, sir, I haven't.
Did you end up speaking with the police or contacting the police about what had happened on August 5th when you were at that Portsmouth house?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I believe it was right shortly after they got caught.
Was there a reason why you went then?
I guess I felt a little bit more comfortable knowing that they had been caught. And I talked to my friend's mom, and she explained to me that it was definitely the right thing to do.
And you see Mr. Victorino in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
You identify him by his clothing for the court?
Yes, sir. That's him in a gray suit.
Does the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Victorino?
The record so reflects.
And what about Mr. Jonathan Hunter? You see him in the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please identify him by his clothing.
Blue suit, gold tie.
As the record reflects, he's identified Mr. Jonathan Hunter.
The record so reflects.
Now, the address there, Telford Lane, that's in Volusia County, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
I check on wrong, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I just want to go back to the conversation at Fort Smith real quick. Did Mr. Victorino, in discussing and laying out the plan for what was going to happen, was his focus on a particular person inside that house?
Yes, sir. He told us he really wanted Flacco. And then he told us that he really wanted us to harm the females because he said, kill the bitches or beat the bitches because all they do is talk.
I check on my mom, Judge. Thanks, sir. I'll tend to the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Wood or Mr. Tomas, which of you is up?
Would be me, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are you?
Actually, my train of thought, on your last answer, Mr. Bannock asked you about the Victorino said he really wanted to, I want to make sure I wrote this down. Did you say that you really wanted to beat the bitches?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Didn't use the word kill.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me, just in terms of background, so you testified a short time ago that you and Mr. Salas were, as you described it, best friends.
Correct.
Okay. So would that mean you guys hung out like every day?
Yes, sir. We hung out a lot. Yes, sir.
Call each other frequently, do stuff together?
Correct.
Okay. And you also said that you had known Mr. Cannon, Robert Cannon, for about the same time, 3 or 4 years.
Yes, sir.
Would you, in terms of the closeness between yourself and Mr. Salas and yourself and Mr. Cannon, were you closer to Salas or Cannon? Or did it make any difference? Was it the same?
was the same. We all called each other brothers.
And same thing with Mr. Cannon, hung out all the time.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you, and I believe you also said too, I apologize, I'm running out of time. Occasionally you would stay with Mr. Salas.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever stay with Mr. Cannon?
Yes, sir.
And was it during that period of time when you kind of floating around place to place, places to stay?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about going to the Telford residence with Mr. Victorino, Mr. Hunter, some other ladies, and of course yourself. Who else went? Salas and Cannon?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the names of the girls?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are their names?
Crystal, Naomi, and Nicole.
Would their last name have been Koga with a K?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Were you friends with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you on maybe the same level of friendship as Salas and Cannon?
No, sir.
Okay. But all of you rode in the same car together to go to Telford?
Correct.
And who drove?
Mr. Cannon.
So, why did you go with them?
Those were my best friends.
So, did you know before you went over there that or what did you know before you went over there? What was the plan?
There was really no plan at all. I guess it was just going to see if we can try to get back Mr. Victorino's belongings or just stir chaos to try to get it back.
Okay. Is that what you thought it was after talking to your best friend, Salas and Cannon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you went over there with a baseball bat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this is at night?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any plans on using the bat?
No, sir.
So why did you have one on?
That's scare tactic.
And you never went inside the residence?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Hunter never went inside the residence, did he?
That night, as far as I know, no, sir.
Okay. That's what you saw.
Correct.
And how long were you guys there?
So about 10 to 20 minutes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like what you testified to, that the only people that went inside the house were the three Coker girls?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And then they came out with some CDs.
Yes, sir.
And did you know at that time when they came out with the CDs that that was property that belonged to Mr. McCoy?
Yes, sir.
How did you know?
My memory may jar me, but I believe it has Mr. Troy's name on the CD case.
So you actually got to look out my clothes or something?
Yeah.
When was that?
Originally, when the girls came out the house before I went back to the vehicle.
So would you go up to the girls or something?
They brought it out and they showed Mr. Hunter, and I was standing beside Mr. Hunter.
Do you recall the girls, the Coker girls having any other property that they brought out?
They had a couple more things I can't really remember.
Do you know if those things were identified as belonging to Mr. Victorino?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who identified them?
Mr. Hunter.
Okay. And was there anything that came out of the house that anybody identified as belonging to Mr. Hunter?
I can't recall.
And I believe you said there was like yelling going on?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody ever, get that particular occasion, get into like a physical fight with anybody there helping?
No, sir.
Okay. Just yelling?
Correct.
Not just maybe cussing?
Yes, sir.
And was it kind of loud yelling?
Yes, sir.
And then eventually you guys left
Yes, correct. Yes, sir.
and went back where, to Fort Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, according to your testimony, Mr. Victorino brought up a movie called One Man.
Yes, sir.
And you testified you'd never seen that movie before.
At that time, correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. It, prior to that discussion with, by Mr. Victorino, have you ever played it to you or showed it to you?
No, sir.
Okay. So, when you had this discussion there at the house, you testified you were there, Salas was there, Cannon was there, Mr. Victorino, and Mr. Hunter was there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else that was there at the time?
No, sir.
And were you in the pecking order of who Mr. Victorino asked if they were down with it or go along with whatever? Were you like at the beginning, the end? I mean,
I was the last.
you were the last.
Mhm.
And were you guys all like sitting around on the couch together in close proximity?
I was sitting the furthest away from him, but everybody else is pretty close to him.
So, but you did say yes. Okay. And did you say yes more than one time?
I just remember just once.
So was your understanding that by saying yes, you were going to go kill some people?
No, I knew that unfortunately sometimes you have to appease people, give them the answer they want to hear.
Okay. And so you never agreed to kill anybody, but you agreed to break into a house?
I originally stated yeah in fear of my life.
In fear of your life.
Yeah, I used to be a coward back then.
Did anybody threaten you at that time?
No.
But I think that you said Salas at one time said, don't, I want to say it in the wrong way. Said something about don't be a bitch or something like that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
That's it, all right, after really.
Yes, sir. You did.
Okay. All right. Well, Salas was your best friend at the time. He's saying don't be a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Were you mad about that?
Not at all.
Did you understand that you were going to go inside the house and use weapons?
I knew that I wasn't going to do it from the moment they brought it up.
Okay. So eventually you go talk to the police, but this was after Salas and Victorino, Hunter, and Cannon are all arrested, correct?
Correct.
Did the police ever bring up the possibility of you being arrested for conspiracy to harm burglary?
No, sir.
Did they ever mention to you being the possibility of being charged with any crime at all?
No, sir.
To this day, have you ever been charged with your agreement to go do a burglary?
No, sir.
And I want to make sure the verbiage is correct too. So during this conversation, Mr. Hunter says something about everybody wearing masks, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he say what kind of masks? Bandanas, handkerchiefs, costumes, something like that?
Not that I can specifically remember. No, sir.
Okay. And was it right after that that Mr. Victorino said that we're not going to need masks? We're not going to leave any evidence?
Correct.
You heard him say that?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't believe at that time you were going to be going over to kill anybody?
I knew I wasn't.
You've identified Mr. Victorino here today. Was he about that same physical shape back then? In 2000?
He was a lot more in shape back then.
A lot more.
In shape.
Okay. Is he bigger than he was back then?
No, sir. Like he kind of got older.
Okay.
He said, no, he just got older.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Sammons?
Good afternoon. I didn't see you over there. I'm Ms. Sammons.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Corner left. I don't want to kind of go over the same exact stuff over and over again, even though I might have to just to kind of get background. But I want to start with the August 1st incident, which is the first time you met Mr. Victorino and Mr. Hunter.
Correct. Yes, sir.
When you all went to the house on Telford, Mr. Victorino never got out of the car.
Correct.
The exhibition that we're talking about, it has 3 rows, correct? Like the front seat, a seat behind it, and then a third row.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Victorino was in the back third row.
Correct.
And he did not want to participate in this as far as getting out of the vehicle. He did not get out of the vehicle and threaten anybody at the Telford house on August 1st.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the girls, so you would agree though, sounds like the girls that were there, like the Kogut sisters, were probably the most aggressive by going into the house and slashing tires?
Yes, ma'am.
Is slashing tires not aggression?
Yes.
It's going into someone's house without permission, not aggression?
I guess. I see where you're going. Yes, ma'am.
They weren't being polite and nice and saying, please get back towards things, correct?
I think they're instructed by Troy to do that
That's,
stuff.
that's what you're supposing. Did they say I've been instructed by Troy to go and slash somebody's tires?
I can't recall.
You can't recall that?
Yeah, I can't recall.
But you recall now that you believe that he basically ordered them to do this? Yes?
Correct.
Jerome had a bat?
Correct.
Like Salas had a bat?
Correct.
You had a bat?
Correct.
The Cannon had a bat?
Correct.
4 bats?
Correct.
The girls had knives? They slashed tires, right? They had knives on their person?
Mhm.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just doing the court order.
Yeah, correct.
You remember, she has to everything down.
I do.
There was yelling and cursing, all that going on for 10 to 20 minutes, I think you said?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a pretty long period of time. Would you agree? To be sitting and arguing and yelling outside?
It goes by pretty fast.
And I think you said that you did recognize somebody's name being said. It was Flacco?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And I'm only doing that because I want to make sure.
Yeah, for the court. Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So did you see him in the driveway?
I see him in the doorway, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Better way, doorway. And I think you just said on direct that the girls had retrieved Troy's CD case
Yes, ma'am.
and it actually had his name on it.
Yes, ma'am.
So it said Troy on a CD case,
I can't recall specifically, but
but that's your memory
yes, ma'am.
of how it was identified as his?
I believe it was brought to Mr. Hunter and he identified it as Troy.
There, was there somebody there, do you know the Abbey brothers? If I said the Abbey brothers, Abbey M, Abbey G, do you know who I'm referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Was there some sort of issue between Salas, your friend, and the Abbey brothers?
At that time,
Yes.
Mr. Salas, I believe he had a previous altercation with one of the Abbeys.
Was he trying to incite one of the Abbey brothers who was there? One of the Abbey brothers was there on August 1st, when you and the girls and everybody went to the house at Telford.
Which one was it?
Either one.
Oh,
One
okay.
was there. They're twins, right?
Okay.
Yes? You remember one of the Abbey brothers being present?
I can't recall.
Do you remember Mr. Salas asking him to fight him? Or Mr. Hunter asking him to fight him?
I remember Mr. Hunter stated somebody to fight him. I don't know who it was specifically.
Then after that,
Yes, ma'am.
everybody's dropped off to wherever they're supposed to go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's no further talk about any planning, anything further with the Telford residents at that point?
Correct.
There's no further talk by Mr. Victorino in any way of what the next step should be?
Correct.
So everyone leaves because police are being called
Yes, ma'am.
and you all want to get out of there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody wants to get caught after being at someone else's residence like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you all went your separate ways. You never see Mr. Victorino on Tuesday or on Monday or Tuesday. That was on a Sunday, correct?
Correct.
Pretty late at night, almost going to early morning. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
So then you don't see him at all Monday or Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
And the next time you see them, any of these guys, is Wednesday. And this is when you guys had, I guess you described it as like an incident where you're supposed to be going and meeting to beat up some kids at the Manny Rodriguez Park, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be August 4th, which is a Wednesday.
Yes, ma'am.
And but basically, how did you all meet up? Where did you see Jerome Hunter for the first time?
I seen him the previous Sunday on the 1st.
No, I meant on the 4th. When did you first see him?
Manny Rodriguez Park.
So you didn't see him at like a Little Caesars or anything like that prior to?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. So at this point, you're going to Manny Rodriguez Park, and it's at some point Troy is involved. I want to ask about that
Yes, ma'am.
because wasn't it Salas the one who called him to ask for his help?
Not quite too sure.
Okay, I need a moment, Your Honor, because I have to look through transcripts at this point.
If you don't mind, if you need it. No, Oh, I know. But it'd be fun to have a day.
Okay, so she's
Hi,
digging
everyone.
through
Please be seated. We are in
transcripts.
recess. And Mr. Graham, if you'd like, you're welcome.
And
to
she
step
went into
down,
recess,
stand up,
they're
stretch.
digging.
All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
sir.
So,
You may.
Just read the
okay, jury's coming back in. Okay, here we go. Jury's coming back in. She found her transcript. Took her a minute. Gave you a moment to stretch your legs, stretch your whatevers.
Everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Graham,
Yes, ma'am.
is it fair to say that the last time that you discussed this, at least in this kind of setting, was in 2006?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're having a hard time possibly remembering certain details that I'm asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Which would be perfectly normal. Would it be helpful for you if I showed you a couple statements that you made in 2006?
Sure.
And this was sworn testimony that I'm showing you. And for the record, the first two pages I'm going to show him are 2009 to 2010, lines 1 through 5 on 2009, lines 14 through 20 on 2010. They're both the same issue. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. And if you could just please read the highlighted portions on both pages to yourself. And the next page too, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So when I had asked you previously if the Manny Rodriguez Park incident, if Mr. Salas was the one who contacted Mr. Victorino to have him assist,
Mhm.
does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So Mr. Salas contacted Mr. Victorino to assist.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Victorino did not contact Mr. Salas.
Correct.
Another point that you had made previously, that we had talked about previously, and I just want to make sure it's clear, because you said that you didn't really remember, and we're going back now, apologize, to the August 1st incident at the Telford house.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked if Mr. Salas had any issues, or I guess any kind of beef with anybody at the home. And I asked about the Abbey brothers specifically. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Salas have an issue or beef with the Abbey brothers? If you do not remember, I can direct you.
I believe with one of them, I'm not too sure which one. I think it's still something that happened inside of the school.
Okay, so there was a beef with the Abbey brothers, or at least one,
Yes,
whichever one that may be, G or M.
correct.
Okay, once again, they're twins, correct?
Yes.
I also asked, prior to the Manny Rodriguez Park incident, when you all went there to, I guess, get into a fight. I mean, the whole plan was to get into a fight with kind of a rivaling group of other kids, right? And so that you guys could, because of issues that had occurred with Mr. Salas and Mr. Cannon, correct?
Correct.
And the Abbeys were a part of that other alternate group, correct?
Correct.
When I say the Abbeys, I mean the same Abbeys we're talking about.
Correct.
And I had asked if you had seen Jerome Hunter at Little Caesars prior to going over to the Manny Rodriguez Park.
Correct.
And you indicated you did not remember.
Correct.
Would it be helpful if I showed you the same from 2006 your sworn testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Refresh your recollection.
Yes,
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
And for the record, it's 2061 on 16 through 18, and then 2063 lines 1 through 3. You can just read those to yourself as before.
Thank you.
Did that help you remember when you saw Mr. Hunter at Little Caesars?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Hunter was at Little Caesars already before you all left to go to Manny Rodriguez Park.
Correct.
And Mr. Victorino was not there
Correct.
because Mr. Salas had to call him
Correct.
for help.
Correct.
Going into the incident at Manny Rodriguez Park, you all picked up Mr. Victorino at some point? Or were you part of the vehicle that picked up Mr. Victorino?
I can't recall.
Yeah, because there were multiple cars, right? Because
Yes, ma'am.
it wasn't just Mr. Salas, Mr. Cannon, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Victorino, and you. There were at least 3 or 4 other guys, right?
Chris, Ricky, yeah, a lot of other people.
So it was a bunch of you together, and there were enough bats for everybody. I think you said it earlier, maybe there were 7 bats. In the,
Somewhere, it was a lot of bats, yes, ma'am.
okay, and that would have been in the expedition?
Yes, ma'am. But I believe some of them came with bats as well too.
Okay, great. So that's kind of a common way y'all fight? When you have a problem with one another, you bring bats?
No, that was the first time I brought a bat.
So maybe not for you.
Yeah.
But everybody was armed with bats.
Correct.
Okay, but not Mr. Victorino.
No.
So going to the Manny Rodriguez Park incident itself, nobody showed up, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you all left to go and drop Mr. Victorino and Mr. Hunter off
Yes, ma'am.
at the Fort Smith address.
Yes, ma'am.
Location.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did so, the car came back. The car of the rival problem, the kids you all had a problem with, they came
Correct.
to the Fort Smith home.
No, it was when we were leaving Manny Rodriguez Park.
So you weren't outside of Mr. Victorino's home when they drove by.
I don't believe so.
But in that car, do you remember seeing Abby G?
I can't recall.
Okay, would it help her if I showed you some of your trial from your testimony?
No, that's fine.
And for reference 2070, lines 15 through 21.
Council, can you approach for just a moment?
Horrible static, approaching for a minute.
Did you believe that they were actually going to do this?
Being honest, by the demeanor and by the airscape from the room, I kind of knew that it was going to happen.
You knew it was going to happen at that moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we're going to get into that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
So at that moment in time, you knew it was going to happen. You got in the car with them,
Yes.
and you started searching around for bullets.
Yes.
And then you were dropped off at your friend Chris Craddock's house.
Correct.
And that was by your request.
Yes.
Mr. Victorino didn't say, "Hey, no, you're not going anywhere. We're in this plane together." Would you agree? He let you go.
I let myself go, but yes, ma'am.
Sure, because nobody was handcuffing you to that car, right?
Correct.
Several hours went by before you started, before the contact happened where they were calling you. Mr. Cannon was calling you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
During that time, you didn't answer the phone.
Correct.
Your friend Chris answered the phone at one point.
Yes.
And then after he told them the excuse, they stopped contacting you. Mr. Cannon stopped calling you.
Yes.
You were never threatened that if you told anyone that they would hurt you.
No.
In fact, when you were alone with your friends, your best friends, Salas and Cannon, they were encouraging you to continue to be involved, correct?
Correct.
They said don't be a bitch, right?
Correct.
They never said to you, we want to look out. Salas never at any point said to you, I'm looking out for you, man. I want you to get out of this. That never happened, did it?
It never happened.
He never said, I want to protect you. I'm stuck, but I'm protecting you. He never said that, did he?
They never did.
No. He wanted you to come and be a part of this. Yes. And you guys were alone at that point without Mr. Victorino, correct? When you all had this conversation and he asked you not to get out?
Correct.
And did you tell him you're not doing it?
I just said, I don't know.
And so you got dropped off and you were away from the entire group for a period of time.
Yes.
And according to you, you knew that the moment that all this happened, that they were serious about what they were going to do. You said that just earlier.
I didn't want to believe it.
You didn't want to believe it, but you also did not. You told Chris Craddock about what happened, right?
Just ask for some advice.
Yes, you shared what happened, and he encouraged you perhaps to call the police.
We kind of went back and forth, and then he asked the same question that you asked me as well. If I think that they're really going to do it, and I told him I don't know.
You told him you don't know, so you really didn't at that point know whether or not this was serious, because I think you spoke previously, Salas and Cannon, they're your friends, they've talked kind of stuff like that before too, right? Threatening people, things like that, but they weren't really being truthful, were they? Talking about beating people up, getting in fights, beating, even killing somebody, as Salas and Cannon, have they done that before? Just, previously.
I mentioned about fighting and beating people up. Yes.
People up and hurting people, right?
Yes.
But they're not really serious, were they? When that happened. So you're with Chris Craddock. Obviously, I think Mr. Wood already covered this. You never called the police until a couple days after this occurred. That would be fair. Even after you see the Telford residence, when you drive by the next day, and you see that it's crime scene tape everywhere, you still at that point didn't notify authorities of who you believe would have been responsible.
Correct.
Including two of your best friends.
Correct.
And you wanted to kind of get away from it, wouldn't you agree?
Correct.
So then to get away from it, you went to Salas's grandmother's house.
To pick up my belongings.
Of course, he was there, correct?
Correct.
They were all there
Mhm.
at some point, correct?
Yes.
You had actual, you actually saw Mr. Victorino at that point.
Yes.
Mr. Salas denied that he had anything to do with the Telford murders.
Yes.
So he lied to you.
Yes.
Yes. And Mr. Victorino, you said had a Game Boy.
Yes.
At that point, you agree that you knew about the plan, right? You were there. You agree you knew?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, that's a poorly phrased question.
Mhm.
You were there when the plan was hatched, right? You just testified to that.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Victorino, when he saw you after the homicides had occurred,
Mhm.
he did not threaten you in any way.
No.
He didn't say, don't you dare tell anyone or I'm going to kill you. In fact, he was just playing the game. Give me one moment. I really appreciate it, Mr. Graham. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, he's gonna recross him. Let's see. Drive this train back.
You may.
I just want to ask you a couple follow-up questions, sir. I guess I'll work back from the last cross from the Salmons. How big were Mr. Cannon and Mr. Sal's physically?
About 5'8". Well, Anthony was about 5'8", maybe 110 pounds, and Mike was about 5'5", 130 pounds. They were very small in stature.
What about you back then?
I was about 6'1", about 130 pounds.
You said that, you talked about the altercation of the fight that was supposed to happen in the Rodriguez Park. Council asked you that Mr. Cannon and Mr. Salas actually reached out to Mr. Victorino to have him come in for this fight. And you started to describe Mr. Victorino back then, physically, but what was his size back then?
6'8", I believe, over 100 pounds. He was a very, very big man, and if my memory serves, they called him because he was like the enforcer. So he told us stories about how he.
Lift weights? Does he look like he lift weights?
Oh, definitely so.
Intimidating presence?
For sure. And
Somebody that you want on your side during the fight?
yes, sir. Can I say something really quick?
Let me ask my next question. And with that incident in Manny Rodriguez Park,
Mhm.
when Council Master said you chased after, you guys were chasing after each other, it was just your car, the Expedition, or Mr. Cannon's car chasing the other people's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't like they were going back and forth.
No, sir.
And was it Mr. Cannon, Mr. Salas, or Mr. Victorino who shot at that car with the 380?
Yes, it was Mr. Victorino. Yes, sir.
And going back to the incident, I'm working backwards on Telford. You said on direct that the reason you were going over there was because Mr. Victorino wanted to discuss that.
Yes.
Was that the only reason that was discussed in the call?
As far as
Why you were going to Telford?
the initial time,
Yeah, on
Yeah.
August 1st, and there was an altercation or argument in front of you. Need me to rephrase my question? Okay. The first night you met Mr. Victorino
yes, sir.
and Mr. Hunter, was that when you went to Telford and had this confrontation with some of the people who were there?
Yes, sir.
Was the sole reason you were going there that day, or your understanding of it, because Mr. Victorino wanted his stuff back?
Yes, sir.
Was it Mr. Victorino who directed Mr. Cannon to hide his car in parking?
Yes, sir.
Was it apparent to you that perhaps Mr. Victorino didn't want to be seen at Telford when you were there on August 1st?
Definitely, yes, sir.
So he never came out from behind the bushes,
No, sir.
and he was the only person who didn't come out from behind the bushes and expose himself, so to say.
Yes, sir.
And now going back to the actual conversation at Fort Smith on the 5th. Mr. Wood asked you about Troy saying that you wouldn't need masks because y'all weren't going to leave any evidence.
Correct.
Remember that question in your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Remember what Mr. Victorino said right after that? Would refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony.
Yes, sir.
For the record, page 1987. It's going to be the end of line 13 through line 14. Just look up and let me know if that refreshes your recollection. End of line 13 through the end through 14.
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
What did Mr. Victorino say right after he was talking about not leaving any evidence behind?
He stated that he wanted to kill Flacco.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
that he wanted to kill Flocko.
But did he say anything about wanting to kill all the people in the house?
Yeah, he had said that he wanted to kill everybody in the house, and make sure everybody was dead.
And in fact, that's why he instructed you guys to split up, wasn't it? To make sure you got everybody?
Yes, sir.
And he also told you that they didn't have any weapons in the house.
Yes, sir.
And now, counsel was also asking about, your mindset at the time, believing whether or not this was going to happen. You didn't have this, you didn't know Troy and Jerome, and you knew Salas, right?
Correct.
You only known them for a couple days.
Correct.
Can I have one moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Judge, I just had a couple of questions. on the report.
Yes.
He's putting a bow on that package,
Graham, you talked about.
wrapping it up.
Mr. O'Bannon talked about the size of and height of Mr. Victorino, but also Mr. Salas and Mr. Cannon. And you described him as being, about 130 pounds, somewhere in that range?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about the
Excuse
same
me.
size as you? Bless
Thank you. Thank you.
Weight-wise, not height-wise.
Okay. Isn't it true, too, that Mr. Hunter was about the same size as Mr. Salas and Mr. Cannon back there?
I remember, if my memory is memory, Mr. Hunter was also a fighter, but I believe he was bigger than Mr. Cannon and Michael.
Okay. And, okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. All right, may he be excused or is he subject to recall?
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Subject to recall. Okay. It's a nice suit, sir.
All right.
Okay, next witness. Slam that door, people. Somebody, y'all need to be more careful with that door.
Hope he's getting sworn in then.
Come on, bailiff. Hold the door open for me. Or him, sorry.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help
Ooh, it must be windy there. Another man with some unruly hair.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your entire name for the court reporter?
Richard Charles Graves Jr.
And Mr. Gray, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm retired.
Since when?
8 years now.
What did you do for a living before you retired?
I was a deputy investigator, crime scene investigator with the Volusia County Sheriff's Department.
How long did you do that for?
3
Okay, somebody needs to tell him he needs to back away from that mic because he cannot be breathing in my ear like that. I'm just saying, let's play.
3 years.
What various positions did you have at the sheriff's department?
I was a patrol deputy, primarily assigned to Northeast Volusia County. I was a crime scene investigator, which encompasses the entire county, and then an investigator assigned primarily to Northeast Volusia County.
I want to go back to August of 2004. What was your assignment at that time with the sheriff's office?
In August of 2004, I was a crime scene investigator.
What specialized training did you have in the area of crime scene investigation?
I had all the basic crime scene classes, and many of which were latent prints, obtaining latent prints, and processing and collecting blood and other evidence. And from there, I went to blood spatter schools, buried bodies and surface skeleton schools. And basically from that point, you always had refresher courses and stuff like that for any new technology that arose and stuff.
So continuing education, maybe science involved.
It's always continuing education.
Can you describe for the jury just generally how you would go about processing the crime scene?
Well, the initial response would be that we would get there, we'd obtain a short briefing from a deputy or investigator who was assigned to catch on the scene, and then we'd take photographs of the exterior of the crime scene. And for the argument, a crime scene could be a vehicle. A crime scene could be outdoors, but you take overall photographs of that particular area or that particular scene. And then from there, we enter and document everything via more photographs. and make mental notes of what evidence we saw initially. And then once that we had all the photographs and such documented, we'd back up and then begin to process from the outside in, latent prints. If you had a burglary or something, you'd have a look for signs of forced entry, and then work through slowly but surely. You can't, anybody that watches television, this is not something that's taken care of in a 40-minute television show with the commercials added in. It's a very long process, very tedious. There's no magic flashlights. There's no, seeing something with the naked eye from 40 feet across the room.
And is the last step really when you actually photograph, you noted items of evidence that might be relevant, the packaging of evidence, is that kind of the last step?
Once you identified an item of evidence or potential evidentiary value, then you go ahead and photograph it from a distance to kind of place it in the scene. And then you close up photographs, and then you package it in a proper method. For instance, any type of potential blood evidence or something that's soiled with potential blood, you'd want to put that in paper so there's a little circulation of air. Anything like a bullet casing or something to that effect, you put in plastic bag, or something like a card or piece of paper, you could put in a paper plastic bag.
How did you first become involved in the multi-victim homicide in Telford Lane in August of 2000?
I was notified to respond to the Telford Lane address in response to a crime scene involving multiple victims, and this particular scene would involve our entire crime scene unit would be essentially meeting there. So I went ahead and I call it fixing up and heading over there. And then from there, we got a briefing on that they were obtaining a search warrant for the residence. So there was a lot of weight initially. So we photographed the exterior of the house from the street. Just kind of set up our little work area outside.
Once you guys are there and then you end up getting a search warrant for the home, this become a multi-agency effort because of the size of the crime scene?
We were assisted with this particular crime scene by the Department of Law Enforcement.
And at some point in this investigation, early on, is going in the process of the crime scene, does it become apparent that there's other areas that need to be processed by potential crime scene investigators?
Yes, during the day, I was informed, that there was another address on Fort Smith Boulevard, and that they were in the process of obtaining a search warrant for that location. And I was assigned from my team responsibilities at Telford to be the lead at Fort Smith.
Okay. Can I person witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you as one of identification states KK. Do you recognize the map of this area generally?
Yes.
And on this map, does it indicate where 3106 Telford Lane is?
Yes, it is. And I'll point at it right there.
Okay, does it also indicate where the Fort Smith house was that you ended up responding to and kind of leading the crime scene processing there?
Yes, it does.
And does overall this depict the general Deltona area?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I move states KK, that is the next time it states exhibit. No jury.
So admitted.
Now, before I get into the processing of the Fort Smith house on Fort Smith Boulevard, I want to talk to you about autopsies in this case. Did you attend the autopsies?
Yes, I did.
Is that common practice for the sheriff's office during your time there, if there's an autopsy on a homicide, to have someone from crime scene attend that autopsy?
Yes, we do always have a representative there in most cases.
And why is that?
Because there's evidence to be collected there at times that is identified by the medical examiner, and we take possession and custody of that evidence. We like to take the hair, blood, soil, blood samples, which we call the standards from each victim, is taken, and the chain of command starts then and there from signing it over from them to us. So eventually it would go, for instance, blood and stuff would go to Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and clothing that may be collected would be handled, air dried, and paper bagged, and put into our evidence facility.
And in this case, when you attended the autopsy, were all the victims, of course, identified at that autopsy?
No, they were identified by numbers.
Okay. After the fact, were they identified?
Yes.
Now, at the autopsy, did you collect a hair and blood sample? I mean, not you actually collected, but did the medical examiner's office provide you a hair and blood sample from Ms. Belanger?
Yes.
Did they provide a hair sample from Mr. Vega?
Yes.
Did they provide a hair and blood sample from Mr. Roman?
Yes.
Did they provide a blood stain card from Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
A hair sample from Mr. Gleason?
Yes.
Did they provide a hair sample from Ms. Nathan?
Yes.
Did they provide a blood stain card from Mr. Jerome?
Yes.
And did they provide a blood stain card from Ms. Belanger?
Yes.
And those items that you received from the medical district examiner's office, what do you do?
We take possession of them, sign off on their evidence sheet. And then once that happens, they're taken, excuse me, they're taken by us to our facility where they're either one, if it's wet clothing or something, as I stated before, we'll put those in what we use sterile drying tank. And the blood samples and stuff immediately go into the refrigerator, the standards.
Just have one moment, just talk to the clerk.
Yes, sir.
The mom in me wants to fix his tie.
In relation to this case at a later date, we're going to go back to Fort Smith in a moment. Did you collect DNA and oral swabs from the defendant, Jonathan Hunter?
Yes, I did.
How do you collect DNA and oral swabs from an individual?
We have sterile buccal swabs that are in a package. The package is broken, and we obtain the DNA, we call from the inside of the cheeks. They're rubbed vigorously for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then they're put back into those sterile sleeves and sealed.
Is that something you've done many times in your career?
Many, sadly.
And did you do the same thing in regard to Mr. Victorino?
Yes, I did.
And would those items have also been packaged and placed in the evidence department of the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Now going back to Fort Smith, was a search warrant obtained to search an address at Fort Smith, specifically 1001 Fort Smith Boulevard?
Yes, it was.
Were you the only one who executed that search warrant, or did you have assistance in processing that address?
Oh, I had a team.
And obviously you ended up entering Fort Smith,
Yes, sir.
and was the first thing you did with Fort Smith photograph the residence?
Definitely.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, you photographed the interior and the exterior of the residence,
Yes, sir.
and did that include items that you found potentially to be of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Okay. First, I'm showing you states and for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Are these photographs?
These are photographs.
What generally do they depict?
The top photo there depicts the exterior front side of the residence. These photographs here depict a specific room in the residence where items of, at the time we call potential evidentiary value, were located. And for instance, multiple pairs of shoes. There was stuff in the washing machines and dryer. And then there was, we ended up utilizing the pool table area. Once that had been cleared of potential evidentiary value, we utilized the pool table as our work, excuse me, as our workbench.
Now, you talked about potential items of evidentiary value. As you were executing the search warrant at Fort Smith, was there a belief that shoes may have been of interest in this case?
It was very important that a shoe was important when we were looking for a specific shoe at the time.
Why was shoes important?
Back at the Telford Lane address, there was a forced entry to the residence. At the point of impact of the forced entry, there was a distinct shoe print next to the knob, the deadbolt area.
And was there a belief potentially of what type of shoe that may have been, or footwear item that may have caused that, even before you started this search?
At the time that we're at the Telford Lane address, I could testify that it was a large shoe.
Okay, so you're looking for a larger shoe.
Right.
Okay. Did you find shoes at that address that you ended up photographing more closely?
Yes.
I'm showing you now states O for identification. Do you recognize these 6 photographs?
Yes, the top 2 photographs are lug boots depicted by item 3 on the picture identifiers. And these were pair of Nike shoes depicted by 9. And then as you can see, this was shoelaces that we determined may or may not be related to these shoes. And that's a more descriptive photograph of those shoelaces. As you can see by now, you're up to number 62. We had to start making our own numbers.
Does the first exhibit I showed you, states N, fairly and accurately depict the exterior of the residence as well as the rooms and the items of potential evidentiary value?
Yes, this photograph of the exterior is standard. The exterior of the residence, the location identifier is what I like to refer to it as. This picture here depicts how the rooms were observed. No items have been collected or anything to this point.
So it's a fair and accurate representation when you first got in and
Yes,
first went through and looked through the house.
yes.
Your Honor, move states N for identification of evidence as an exhibit.
No objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
States 29.
And the second photo, does that the second exhibit fairly and accurately depict two of the pairs of shoes that you found inside of that residence, as well as the shoelaces apparently to go to the Nike shoes?
Yes, these pictures here are after they've been discovered, and we're taking what we call individual identifiers as items of evidence. This is how for instance, the shoelace was found in the clothes basket here. So that's before we collect it. You see the picture again here, number 62.
And these photos haven't been altered or tampered with in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I move states O and evidence of the next exhibit.
No objection. No objection.
So admitted.
States 30.
Just can I have the witness step down so I can publish these three boards?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're stepping down, so they're going to be a little trouble hearing again. I feel it's coming.
First is states 28. This is the map of Deltona. You can just point out this map where the Telford Lane address is.
Telford Lane address is located here. The little dot, you can see it clearly right there.
Then the Fort Smith address
Here.
is the majority of this map residential areas for the most part in the city of Deltona.
At that time, yes.
Now let's go to, I think it's going to be states 29. Sir? Photographs from Fort Smith. Let's start with the top photo.
What we refer to, one of the first things we say, is the location identifier. This is essentially the exterior of the residence as viewed on our preparation arrival. These photographs here are photographs of a particular room in the residence. And this here is how it's viewed by us upon entering that room, or anything is really damaged or collected. That would be depicted in these four photographs.
And are the shoes that we can see in these four photographs, are they some of the shoes you're going to be collecting in this case?
Yes. These are what we refer to from here on as lug boots.
And for the record, you're pointing to the second row of photographs on the right.
They close the corner. We show these lug boots. And the air Nikes.
Brandon, you don't have a 10-foot card.
Like pointing to the bottom right photo.
This friend?
Are those the items, the footwear items that then are photographed in the next state exhibit, which I believe is third?
That's it. You enter the room, you take the overall photograph of the room. Go back there, you can see things. Then you, as you take items and identify them, you go ahead and testify before we set the pool table up to work here. Okay? These are the lug boots, tagged with the identifier. What I like to do is I always take the sole print. Okay? And same here, these are the Nike. How they appear. Sole is. This is the shoelaces as they were found. They were found in the clothes basket. Then, once we removed it from the clothes basket, put a picture down here like such. You can see the contrast. You can see what is exactly it is. And then by this point, you see the numbers here. They've got numbers. We're up to number 62 in this particular one.
Thanks, sir. You're trying to look at.
We'll take this down.
Sure. Now, the Nikes and and the lugs, boots, and those photographs, did you end up packaging those items and placing them in evidence?
There was, if there was anything of suspected blood evidence on them, we would do a phenolphthalein test, which tested presumptive positive for blood. We take a closer photograph of that particular area, and then they would be packaged. In this particular instance, we package them in paper. You don't want to package any potential blood evidence in plastic because of the potential. In plastic, they can tend to perspire mildew. So you don't want to do that because that's one of the key dangers to blood evidence and potential DNA obtaining. So you package in paper anytime you're dealing with blood evidence or prospective blood evidence.
I'm gonna hand you first states you for identification. It is open. You recognize the exterior packaging of that exhibit?
Yes, I do. It's got the agency name and our case number for this particular case is written on it.
And if you can just look inside and make sure you recognize the item inside of that exhibit.
Yes,
What is the item you see inside of that exhibit?
a pair of Nike athletic shoes.
The same ones we were just looking at in states 30?
Yes,
Are they the same or substantially similar conditions when they were packaged? I'll take it out, yeah. They appear.
they appear from what I'm looking at them. Yes.
Okay, been altered or tampered with, you can see other than perhaps being processed by the lab.
No, they have not been tampered with.
Your Honor, which states you and evidence is the next number exhibit?
So admitted.
If you want to go ahead and remove states BB for identification, just take the bag out of the box.
When they were showing like the facts and stuff.
You recognize that exterior packaging?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize the item inside of the packaging?
Yes, I do.
What do they appear to be?
A pair of lugs boots.
The same lugs boots we just saw in the photographs?
Yes, sir.
Are in the same or substantially similar condition as when you packaged them?
They, yes, they've been cut up a little bit and stuff.
And cut up, is that by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I would assume such.
Your Honor, which states BB and evidence is the next number exhibit? Okay.
So admitted.
Mistake 32.
I'm gonna have you now remove you. Just one of them is fine. Hold that up for the jury so they can see it.
No, it's fine. Go what?
Thank you, sir. You put it back in the package. I know it's a pain, but you want to switch your gloves. And then take out states 32, one of the boots to show.
Was that the forensic lady?
Yeah. They're having a lot of people doing. I don't know what video I have.
I appreciate the court getting the XXL gloves, by the way.
No, that's
Very hard to get on when they're not.
good. I'm missing out on that conversation.
Okay.
Mr. Danik?
If you go ahead and remove one of the boots and just hold it up for the jury to see.
Let me show you how to do that. Because I got the back.
Again, you're talking about them being cut up. Is that where we see the writing and the markings on the
Yeah.
boots?
Yes, and the, in this particular instance, the interior sole has been altered.
Process as well. Thank you, sir. You put it back in the bag. Judge, earlier from when Mr. Gomez was presenting a witness who states triple K, that we're going to move into evidence, and we didn't have at that time, so it's in the freezer, we move that into evidence at this time.
No objection. No objection.
So admitted.
Will you state 32?
Chris. Real quick,
First witness again, Judge?
You may.
how am I supposed to do it? When you say the one with-
Can you state EE for identification? You can go ahead and look inside the material package. You can take that out.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to contain?
It reports to contain white shoestrings.
And are those the shoestrings from the Nikes?
Yes, they would be.
Your Honor, I move what's been marked for identification states EE and evidence is the next number states exhibit.
Number.
So admitted.
Corresponds with the picture. You want it back in here?
Please, and that's number 62.
62.
And I'm sorry, what was the letters again? EE.
Triple E.
Circle. Okay.
All right. Now, can you state triple
Oh,
F?
and what was triple E for the record?
For the, state exhibit 34.
And what are you on now, Mr. Urbana?
I'm sorry, Judge, I think that the witness states FFF for identification.
I heard you too. I don't know.
Does that appear to be another Nike shoelace?
It appears to be another shoelace.
Another shoelace that was collected from the residence at Fort Smith?
Yes.
Is it the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected it?
I would expect it to have been in paper. So I don't know if eventually the lab had to replace the packaging.
Okay, but do you recognize it otherwise to be a shoelace? collection?
Shoelace, correct.
Your Honor, I move states FFF and evidence is the next number states exhibit.
No objection. No objection.
So admitted.
Now, any states triple G?
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
These are the nail clippings and swabs from the defendant.
For Mr. Victorino?
Yes.
Other than perhaps going to the laboratory in the same or similar condition as when you collected it based upon the exterior package.
Yes.
Your Honor, move states G, and evidence is the next number exhibit.
No objection. No objection.
So admitted.
States 36.
Moving to triple H for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Based upon the exterior packaging, what is it?
It's the nail scrapings and swabs from defendant Hunter.
Other than it going to the laboratory, the exterior packaging in the same or similar condition.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move states triple H and the evidence is the next number exhibit.
No
Mr.
objection.
Probisky?
No objection.
Thank you. So admitted.
Now I'm going to go to states triple I. Do you recognize that item?
Yes. These are the actual packaging, the swabs themselves.
Okay, and those are the swabs you collected from Mr. Victorino
These are the Victorino.
in the same or similar condition other than going to the laboratory and being repackaged.
Right. They're in the cardboard sleeves that we utilize.
All right, I will move states I, and evidence is the next number exhibit.
So admitted.
You can look at states triple J next. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that one?
These would be the swabs from Hunter.
Okay, so same thing, but for Mr. Hunter, right, that you collected. Same or substantially similar conditions, sir?
Yes, sir.
Move states J, and evidence is the next number exhibit.
No objection. No objection.
Okay, right. No objection from either defense counsel?
That's correct, right?
All right, so admitted, and let me give Madam Clerk a moment so she can announce the numbers on the record.
So H is now states 37, I is states 38, J is now states 30.
Thank you.
Both the defendants are stipulating, they're just not up yet from the freezer, but it would be the state's LLL, the state's SSS, when they come up with the freezer going into evidence, those are the items the investigator testified that he recovered at the autopsy.
Okay, and let's go ahead and assign numbers to those.
Sure.
Since there's a stipulation to them being admitted, but you don't have them yet, but. Oh, okay, great.
I just have one moment to confer with counsel.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good.
I'll have the witness, Your Honor.
All right, and is it Mr. Tomas who's up? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mhm.
The state showed you a couple pairs of shoes. Just to confirm, one of those was Lugz boots size 12. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The other ones were Nikes size 10 and a half. Is that correct?
Yes,
Those pairs of shoes were recovered from the Fort Smith residence, correct?
correct.
Now, when you began your involvement, you started and you spent a good amount of time at the Telford, house on Telford.
Correct.
But then you were switched over and you headed the investigation at the Fort Smith residence, correct?
I was asked to lead at Fort Smith, yes.
Are those the only two residences that you participated in during this investigation?
The only two residences.
You never had any involvement with looking at a place on Providence?
No,
Now, other than those two pairs of shoes that we saw a few moments ago, you collected various pairs of shoes, is that correct?
we collected lots of shoes, lots of evidence.
But as far as what you collected, we've only seen those two pairs that we just saw.
That's what I've been shown here, yes.
To your knowledge, were any shoes recovered from Providence?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that something that you would have been made aware of if it did occur?
No, not unless it played directly into something that the investigators determined I had from Fort Smith or Telford.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Graves, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
At the beginning of your testimony, when Mr. Evans was asking you questions, you made a comment about dressing up. Do you recall that comment that you made?
Yes,
And when you said that, in my mind, it went to kind of wearing the full jumpsuit protective gears, or?
no, dressing up would refer to BDUs, like a cotton uniform. Getting dirty uniform, not the uniform I would wear on patrol.
Sure. And you're sensitive when you come to a crime scene that you don't want to leave any of your biological material or compromise the crime scene in any way. Is that correct?
That's true.
And that's kind of germane to your role as a crime scene investigator, right? You are in charge of maintaining the integrity of the crime scene
Yes,
and collecting any evidence that you deem fit from the crime scene, correct?
yes.
And we talked a lot about hair and DNA and nail clippings. You're not the person responsible for telling us what that evidence means. Is that correct?
My job is to accurately view, identify, and collect items of, use the term, potential evidentiary value. In this particular case, I believe there was over 1,000 items collected. Out of those 1,000 items, only a handful of those items were determined to be applicable to the offense.
Sure.
So, I mean, we collect a lot of items that, for instance, if I think that, oh, there's a box of gloves, well, I better collect those just in case somebody used gloves. Later, we determined somebody didn't use gloves. Well, even though they were remaining out evidence sections.
So I'm gonna interrupt you, but really what I'm getting at is that there are other law enforcement professionals that would make an opinion about whether or not DNA exists on this particular item or whether blood exists on this item. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's why we utilize phenolphthalein.
And your job, as you just testified here today, was essentially collecting and identifying information, not making interpretations about how that evidence plays out in court.
Right.
Thank you.
May he be excused or subject to recall? Sir, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Counsel, can y'all approach this from a scheduling perspective?
Okay, let's turn them down. Let's fast forward this. They want to approach. They took a break, it looks like. So let's zoom through the break. Now they're having a chitty chat. Jury's coming back in. Okay.
All right, Mr. Bannock.
you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good to see you, Doc.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed. Do you need a moment?
Yes.
All right, you just let us know when you're ready.
Whatever you say, Judge, we can't announce those exhibits, so that.
Great.
We got by stipulation.
All right, Terry?
For the record, those are the items recovered in autopsy by investigators.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Jenny T. Ahern, Jennie, middle initial T, last name's Ahern, Ahern.
Mr. Hearn, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently retired from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, where I was the laboratory director and have been retired since 2020. And I currently take care of my family.
What were you doing for work back in the mid-2000s?
I was a latent print and footwear examiner with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Orlando Regional Crime Laboratory.
How long were you with FDLE?
Approximately 26 and a half years.
When did you actually leave FDLE?
2007.
What is the latent print section at FDLE?
The latent print section, when I was with FDLE, was responsible for the examination and processing and comparing of latent print and impression evidence, such as footwear and tire impressions.
And did you work in footwear impressions?
Yes, I did.
Can you briefly tell the jury what educational background you had that allowed you to do that type of work?
I was studying criminal justice at the Florida Technological University.
Can you tell the jury about the training you have in order to allow you to do that job, footwear impressions analysis in the latent print division?
First of all, I received my latent print training from the Orange County Sheriff's Department in Orlando, Florida, where I was employed from 1973 until 1981. I received my footwear training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a formalized training program, which consisted of two parts. The first part consisted of classroom instruction, technical readings, practical exercises, and I had to do a research project on impression evidence wear of items of footwear. I also had additional training, through different entities such as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Florida Division of the International Association for Identification, the International Association for Identification, and numerous other training entities.
Have you previously testified in court in the field of footwear and print identification?
Yes,
Fair to say many times?
more than 30 times.
Can you tell the jury what a footwear impression is?
A footwear impression is the reproduction of the bottom or the sole of an item of footwear, such as a shoe, a boot, or a sandal, onto a surface that it comes into contact with. A footwear impression can be a two-dimensional impression or a three-dimensional impression. A two-dimensional impression is one that is on a flat surface, such as a tile, glass, or paper, or cloth, and it's caused only a length and width. It's a complete one surface. A three-dimensional impression is one that is actually impressed into a surface, such as clay, dirt, or sand, and it will have length, width, and depth.
What is the scientific method for the analysis and comparison of footwear impressions?
It's called ACE-V, ACE-V, which stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. The analysis portion is where I examine the item of evidence that has been submitted to determine if there is a footwear impression on that item, and is it have enough sufficient quality and quantity to do a comparison. A comparison is the next step, the C for comparison. The comparison process is where I look at the impression that was on the evidence or photographs of that impression with the items of footwear that are submitted and text impressions that have been made of that item, and to determine if there is enough sufficient information there to determine whether there is similarity or no similarities between the item of impression of evidence and the item that was submitted. Then evaluation stage is the process of looking at all the data that I have gathered during the comparison process to make a conclusion. These conclusions can range from an identification or
was made by that particular item of footwear, a most likely made by, a could have been made by, similar, and an elimination or could not have.
So those are the different levels of conclusions you might have when you're comparing an item of footwear to an impression.
Yes, and then the last stage of the ACV process is verification, the V. Verification is a peer review by another qualified footwear examiner for accuracy.
Now, can you talk a little bit about the differences between class characteristics and individual characteristics when you're examining an impression or an item of footwear?
Class characteristics are common characteristics that will appear in multiple pairs of shoes made from the same manufacturing or mold, such as the tread design, size, shape, general wear, and mold characteristics are mold defects. And individual characteristics are the ones that are produced by wearing the shoes onto a different surface where you cause damage to the bottom of the shoe, such as nicks, cuts, gouges, rocks, or glass that may be in the shoe that will make that item of footwear unique to all other items of footwear.
So essentially, with my shoes, when they come from the manufacturer, they have those class characteristics already, right?
Correct.
Before I even wear them.
Correct.
But if I'm a heel scuffer, for example, and I'm scuffing my heel on the ground when I walk in these shoes, would that create those individual characteristics of the wearer imparts upon the shoes?
It can, yes.
What factors can affect the quality of the footwear impression that you examine?
Yes, there's basically three categories. One is the wearer. By that I mean the height, weight, the type of stance that the person has, such as do they do supinate when they walk, which means they go to the outside, pronate, do they go to the inside, or they walk neutral. These can cause specific kinds of wear on a shoe. Also, the terrain that they're going across. If they walk across concrete, glass, or different surfaces that are rough, that can cause damage to the bottom of the shoe or the boot that will make it unique. Also, environmental situations can also affect that.
I now want to draw your attention to the incident we're here for that happened on August 6th of 2004. Were you working at FDLE at that time, and did you participate in some footwear analysis?
Yes.
And were many exhibits submitted to you to examine for footwear analysis in this case?
Yes.
I want to focus in on a couple of those exhibits that you received and analyzed. First, I want to ask you about a pay stub. Did you receive a pay stub in this case?
Yes, I did.
And was there a footwear impression on the pay stub when you looked at it?
Yes.
Was this a pay stub, at least based upon the words that were on the pay stub? Is it Erin Belanger and stopped after an E?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already in evidence at stage 22. Mr. Jones treated for me. There's some gloves here. For the record, Your Honor, this is the case stub, stage 22. I'm going to go ahead and retrieve it from the bottom of the bag there. Do you recognize that, Ms. Hunter?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that the case over you're talking for an Erin Belanger?
Yes.
Do you see signs of chemical processing on that pay stub?
Yes.
Did you apply those chemicals?
Yes.
What were they for?
I noticed that there was a reddish brown stain on the item of Exhibit 59 that I had, the pay stub. And because it was in a reddish brown stain, I used a chemical called ninhydrin. Ninhydrin reacts with the amino acids and body fluids, such as perspiration, semen, saliva, and blood.
And we're going to get a little bit ahead of ourselves, but you can put that back in the bag. Were you able to analyze that footwear impression on that pay stub and compare it to an item of footwear that you later received?
Yes.
What was the item of footwear that you compared it to later?
Actually, I compared it with all of the 87 items of footwear that I received, plus 12 biofoam test impressions.
And did you identify it to any items of footwear?
Yes,
Which items of footwear was that?
it was a size 12 left lugs boot from exhibit Q3.
I'm going to show you, I'll just open up the bag and show you. What's in evidence at states 32. You recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is the item of footwear that you said was a match or an identified to the footwear impression on the pay stub?
Yes,
Now, for purposes of trial several years ago, did you prepare a chart in order to demonstrate and explain to the jury how you conducted your analysis and made your conclusions with regard to that pair of boots and that impression on the pay stub?
yes,
I'm showing you states T for identification. Do you recognize this?
yes.
And what is this general?
It is a chart showing the different elements of things that I used for the examination comparison of the footwear impression that was noted on the pay stub, bearing the name of Erin Belanger, which was exhibit 59.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your work and the item that you used to present your process of making identification years ago at trial?
Yes,
Your Honor, who states T in evidence is the next item exhibit?
No objection.
No, good.
So admitted.
States 48.
And I'm approaching to show you states triple U. For purpose of this trial, technology's come a little ways. Is that the same exhibit but a digital copy?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, who states U and triple U in evidence is the next item exhibit?
No objection.
No, good.
So admitted.
States 49.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes,
The
sir.
jury, now the witness step down.
You may.
You come down a second. Is that all right? Maybe that's the stage 48. Okay, we just take the jury through what we're looking at on this board, please. Starting
Counsel,
with,
if you all need to move, you're welcome to.
starting with, is it kind of in columns, what we're looking at? Start with the left side, the column on the left side. What we were.
okay, the other piece where it says exhibit Q3 left lug size 12 test. This is a test impression that I made of the left lug's boot in exhibit Q3. I made the test impression by taking the bottom of the boot and putting an adhesive, or first I put ink on the bottom of that boot, and then I take an adhesive surface and put on that, which is clear, so I can see through it, to make a reproduction of the bottom of that boot. Then I lift that and put a clear adhesive top on top of that, so that I can use it for a test impression.
And the three photographs that go down that first column, is that just a close-up photo of a portion of that test impression?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what are we looking at in the second column?
The second column, it is a photograph of the pay stub as I received it before it was processed within Hydrant. I noticed in the very top corner here, there is a footwear impression that was of value for comparison. Then the second photograph is a photograph of the same pay stub once I applied within Hydrant, and I shot it in black and white for comparison purposes. That area here is where that footwear impression was noted, and it was enhanced through using an Hydrant. The next two photographs are going to be specifically that impression enlarged so that I can demonstrate to you how I did comparisons and what my findings are.
Now, what about the next column? What are we looking at?
The next column, which is exhibit Q3, lugs, size 12, there's a photograph of both of the shoes to get our boots together. And then I have a photograph of the bottom of the or heel area of the lug's size 12 left boot enlarged. And I also, on this photograph, it is photographically reversed. The reason that I did it reversed was that when you take an item of footwear and you put it onto the surface and you lift it, you're going to actually have a photographically reversed. It's going to be reversed of what you're looking at. So doing comparisons, I would be looking at this side and this side. It would not be the same. So I took this photograph and reversed it so that when I'm doing my comparisons to the test, the impression, and this, they will be the same.
Now, what about the third column, or the fourth column? I'm sorry.
The fourth column is, and I will explain this as I get into the comparison portion, but this is a copy of a sole that was made for me from Lugs of mold 12A, left size 12 boot. And this is the test impression that I made the same way using the transparency and ink that I did on this particular test.
So that would be basically the unworn boot when it comes to manufacturing.
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain for the jury the comparison you made, how you came to the conclusion you did?
Looking at the impression that was on the pay stub, I looked at first at the tread design. The tread design is over the shoe, if they have rows or zigzags or lugs or whatever. When I'm going to talk about lugs in this particular thing, I'm going to be talking about an element, L-U-G, not the Lugs brand, L-U-G-Z. And if you look here, you can see that there are rows, and they're like a half moon row and a half moon here, and then we have lug elements here. That's the tread design. So I look at the footwear itself, the boot, and item Q3, the left Lugs boot. And I can see the same row that has a little bit of a curve and this half moon shape here, which is here and here. And then I have the Lugs element here to the outside. So the tread design is the same. The next thing that I do, is do the size. If I'm doing the size, I use several different things. I use calipers, which I can measure from a certain point to another certain point. I can measure each of these rows that are here, make sure that they are the same. And I do the same thing with elements. In addition to using a measuring device, I use the overlay that I developed in the test impression. And put it on top of that impression here to see if they are exactly the same size, which they were. So I have the tread design and I have the size. The other thing that I did is I have a test impression of the right boot and the left boot. And to use both of those as an overlay over this to determine that I am looking at the left boot and a right boot could not be made based on the shape. The other thing that's very significant in this tread design is if you look at this element right here, there's tiny little dots in there. You can see them here, you can see this lug here, and a portion right here. Thank you. Got a little bit of a cold, I'm sorry. Okay, so I was talking about these tiny little dots. Those are called stippling. And stippling is significant because in the manufacturing process of making the mold, to make these shoes, they all have a metal mold. In that mold, to do that stippling, the artist that's developing that mold takes a tiny pointed thing, tool, and puts it in the mold, and then hammers it. And they keep moving that tool and then hammering on it to put that dot into the mold. The reason that's significant is that no person can take and make that exact same stippling in another mold. The reason being is you can't hold that tool in the exact same position, exact same spot, and in the same force every time. So those stippling will have a different location, a different depth, a different shape, based on how they're using that tool. So to confirm that that is a mold characteristic, I contacted the Lugs company. And at the time that this crime had committed, and prior to that, the Lugs company had used 5 different molds to produce size 12 left Lugs boots. They made a copy of all of those 5 molds and sent them to me. I did research on them and did test impressions on all 5 of those molds to show that all 5 of them had difference in the stippling. The location, the size, the shape of that stippling was different in all 5 molds. I then was able to take the impression that I had on paste stub and compare that with test impressions that I had made of those 5 runoffs, mold A, B, C, D, and E. And comparing that with 59, the pay stub, could only have been made by mold A, size 12, left. It could not have been made by B, C, D, or E. So therefore, we can eliminate all boots that have been made out of those 4 molds. It had to come from that. I was also able to determine.
So that would have been the individual characteristics you're looking at, right?
No, that is actually still a class characteristic.
That's why it's from the plastic.
It's class characteristic because it is in the mold itself and it was reproduced.
Go on and continue.
Okay, so far I have the class characteristics of tread design, size, shape, and mold specific characteristics, which are the stippling. After that, then I start looking for the individual characteristics. And in this particular impression, looking at these bottom 2 lugs right here, you can see that the stippling stops at a very specific area. But if you look at the test impression, it comes out further here, and look how far it's supposed to be from the mold. There's a difference in this length here and the length here. So part of that stippling has been worn off. Looking at this particular thing here, you can also see that there's a line here, which would be the edge of the shoe. Looking at the lugs boot in Exhibit Q3, you can see that the stippling starts wearing off in this area right here. Using calipers to measure it and using my overlay, I was able to see that the stippling stopped in the exact same spot on the boot in Exhibit Q3, and it was reproduced in the test impression of Exhibit Q3. So that is specific wear. General wear is stuff where you step down and people walk the same way and you have overall wear in a pair of shoes. That's more of a class characteristic. Because this is measurable and it's very specific, this becomes an individual characteristic. The second thing that I noticed in the wear of the shoe was in this area here, and it's very hard to see in this, but under a microscope, there's a very faint lines that run perpendicular to the flow of the shoe. It's kind of horizontal. The boot goes like this, it comes like this. And there's tiny striations that are coming across here. In the shoe, you can see that it's coming here. And in the test impression, it's these rows that come across there. That's called shallow mark. Shallow mark is caused to a boot or a shoe because of the buckling of the rubberized surface. When you put friction across the bottom of the boot, it will cause an actual buckling effect in the rubber. That is also an individual characteristic, not a class characteristic. The third individual characteristic that I noticed is called flashing. In this boot, in this impression on 59, you see this faint line that's here, and you can see it very well here in that very short spot. That's called flashing. Flashing is caused by rubber that comes higher than the bottom of the rest of the shoe because the shoe's worn down into almost a lip on the edge of the shoe. And looking at the photograph of Exhibit Q3, the left lugs boot, you can see the same flashing here and here, how this is raised higher than the boot itself. It's almost like a little lip that goes like that. Very thin, but it's reproduced here in that impression. And in my test impression, you can see the line to the outside and that very distinct marking right there. So based on the tread design, which is based on the class characteristics, which is the tread design, size, shape, mold specific characteristics of stippling, and the individual characteristics of measurable wear, shallow mark, and flashing, I was able to determine that the footwear impression that was noted on Exhibit 59, the pay stub and the reddish brown substance bearing the name of Erin Belanger was identified as having been made by the left boot in Exhibit Q3.
Thank you. You turn the witness stand for the moment. Did you also receive for examination a bed sheet?
Yes.
Did you examine that bed sheet for any footwear impressions?
Yes, sir.
How many footwear impressions were located on this bed sheet?
4.
Did you compare these footwear impressions to the footwear that was submitted to you by the Volusia Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Did you draw any conclusions regarding those footwear impressions and comparing them to any of the footwear that you had in comparison?
Yes, sir.
What was the conclusions that you were able to draw?
One of the footwear impression most likely was made by the left lugs boot in Exhibit Q3. One footwear impression could have been made by the right lugs boot in Exhibit Q3. One could have been made by the left lugs boot in Exhibit Q3. And one had similar tread design to the right and left lugs boot.
Okay, so identification obviously is your most confident conclusion, right?
Yes.
And then what comes after that?
Most likely made by.
Okay, and that was what you said for one of the impressions on the bed sheet.
Yes, sir.
And then after most likely?
Could have.
Okay. Did you also prepare an exhibit previously for trial in this case related to that analysis that you did?
Yes,
I'm showing you states two for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
yes,
Is this the exhibit that you utilized to discuss these impressions on the bed sheet
yes, sir.
in the same or substantially similar condition as when you used it before?
Yes,
I move states U and evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
No good.
So admitted.
And for purposes of trial, did we also create a digital kind of CRISPR copy of that exhibit? Yes?
yes,
Do you recognize this?
yes,
Is that CRISPR cleaner copy? And for the record, this is states triple V.
yes,
Does this fairly and accurately depict the board we just introduced?
yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move states triple V and evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
No good.
So admitted.
States 51.
And permission to publish. And Judge, I have the board, and this one I can also put on the TV as well.
Yes, sir.
You can step down, ma'am. Mr. Hunter, let's start with, what are we looking at in the first column on this board?
This is a copy of the test impression that I made of the left lung screw to exhibit Q3.
The same test impression you used before that we were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what about the second column?
The second column is impression one that I saw on bed sheet in exhibit 76.
And this was the one that you had, that was most likely made by the left lung group?
Correct.
Okay, and the third column?
This is a copy of the left love boot. And this particular one, the last one was a heel. This one is going to be the ball area of that same left love boot.
Okay, so the impression was from the front of the shoe, so it's,
Correct.
okay. And finally, is that the test impression as well from the manufacturer?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how you came to your conclusion of most likely but not identification?
Yes. There's several different things with this. First of all, I'm looking at a different area of the shoe. That blood boot and the heel had some very significant wear and specific things there. There was not as much damage to the shoe in the upper ball area as there was. So that's a little bit of a difference. I'm not sure. Do you want me to explain the whole thing?
Cool. So is that what prevented you from getting to the identification level? There was less individual characteristics on this impression as opposed to the previous?
Yes. Plus the surface that it was on could have had something to do with that as well, because this is on a bed sheet, which is very pliable. In fact, you can see there's wrinkles in it, whereas the paper was very smooth and flat. So it was easier to get a better impression on that than it was the bed sheet.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. That you can return to the stand. Now I want to talk to you about the front door to the Telford residence.
Okay.
Were you provided the actual front door for the Telford residence to examine in this case?
Yes.
And of course, did you examine that? And did you examine any footwear impressions on that front door?
Yes.
Were you able to compare the impressions to the footwear that you received?
Yes.
Were you able to make a conclusion as to what footwear caused the impression? Let me rephrase that. Was there a pair of footwear that you received that you were able to compare and make a conclusion about?
Yes.
And are we still talking about the lugs boots?
Yes.
And what was your level of confidence in this conclusion?
I was confident in my conclusion, but the conclusion was that it could have been made by the right lug size 12 boot and exhibit Q3.
And did you also prepare a board showing the impression and the footwear impression you used for purposes of this comparison as well?
Yes.
I'm showing you states W for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Is this an exhibit you used in a previous trial to discuss the impression that you examined on the door?
Yes, sir.
Same or substantially similar condition as when you used it before?
Yes, sir.
I move in states W is the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
No objection, sorry, I was thinking.
Oh, no, that's okay. So admitted.
These states 52.
Rather than have you get up and down, we'll just go to the next exhibit, then we'll publish them both at the same time. Did you also get some playing cards to look at?
Yes.
And by playing cards, we talk about like
Correct.
Council, can y'all just approach just a moment for me? Thanks.
Okay, council approach. I think they're,
Way too old for that now.
let's go back. Sorry, lost sound.
Stippling, I was able to determine that it could have been made by the right lugs boot and exhibit Q3.
So again, the same pair of lunch boots we've been talking about.
Yes, only it's this right one.
Okay. And then what about the three of hearts?
The three of hearts based on tread design, size, shape, and again, mold specific stippling from a different manufacturer, which is Nike. It could have been made by the right Nike Q12 and Q35.
I would show you Q35, which is in evidence, it states 31. Are those the Nike shoes you're talking about?
Yes.
And again, what was your level of confidence in, or the result of your comparison?
That the impression on exhibit 23, which was 3 of hearts, could have been made by the right size 10.5 Nike and exhibit Q35.
I don't think I'm getting out of this one. I can't stop thinking about you. I wish I spent more time with you.
Can I have one moment, Judge?
You may.
You know, I wish I was there. I would, if I could do it all again, I'd show up, maybe. You know, I'd be there.
And going back to the bed sheet, I have one more item of evidence to put in. This is states V for identification. Was this the second impression, or your work on the second impression on the bed sheet?
Yes.
Same or substantially similar condition as when you created this for trial back in 2006?
Yes.
Altered or tampered with in any way you can see?
No, sir.
I move states V in evidence is the next number exhibit.
No objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
Can I have one moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Judge. I will thank the witness.
Mr. Wood?
This should be quick.
Good afternoon to you.
A couple questions, if I may. So if I understand you correctly, in your determination of whether some item, footwear item, matched a particular impression, it sounds like there's like 5 categories. One would be definitely a match. The next lower to that would be most likely. Then lower to that would be could have been made. And then the next would be a similar tread design. And then I guess the 5th would be no match at all.
It'd be an elimination. Could not have been made by.
Okay. So what distinguishes those categories from one another beyond obviously the match and exclusion? What are the other 3 in the middle? What's the differences?
A lot of it has to do with the amount or quality or quantity and quality of the impression and what is in there, as well as the reproducibility of that. Usually if you have an identification, you've got pretty significant individual characteristics. Most likely, you usually have some individual characteristics, but it's either the reproducibility is not that well, or you don't have as many. For example, in the pay stub, we had some very significant wear categories there. Whereas on the bed sheet, that was a most likely, it had 1 characteristic and 1 lug. That's all that there was, in addition to the class characteristics. A could have typically is class characteristics only, which means that any shoe that was made from that same mold that had same type of information there could have also made that shoe.
Okay. So specifically with regard to the comparison of the 10.5, 10.5 Nike shoes to the 3 of hearts, you determined that the Nike shoes could have made the impression that's on the 3 of hearts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's definitely not a match, though.
It's not identification. Let's use that term.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you know how many the time that you had done your impression work on the playing cards and the Nike shoes. Do you know how many 10.5 Nike shoes of that make and model have been made up to that point?
No, I do know that they used 5 molds to make the right, but I don't have any clue how many they made.
Do you know if they're generally sold in stores or are they handmade, in other words?
No.
Could be 1 million shoes made for that kind?
It would be a guess. I have no idea.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Simmons?
I have no questions.
All right, thank you. And any redirect?
No, no.
All right, may she be excused?
Yes,
Is she subject to recall?
Yes,
Thank you. Ma'am, thank you very much for your time. And thank you to the jurors as well. I appreciate that. So we are going to take a break for today. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, no independent research. And I'll see you here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you.
Okay, so there's that. So tomorrow, 5 o'clock-ish, again, I'll plan for another live. That's the end of today. As we see, it has just moved right along with all our little fast forwards and stuff, makes it a lot easier. And so I'll plan about 5 o'clock tomorrow. It took us about 4 hours to get through it all. So, but I'll be doing my stream tonight, maybe a little bit earlier. I'm not sure for anybody that's interested. My midnight stream, probably do it about 11 tonight. But there'll be notification when that comes out. So anyways, it's been fun. This has been interesting. I've learned a lot. I've learned that I should have learned how to read shoes when I was younger. I don't know. Maybe it could have been another job for me in my next life. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, these guys are going to get to this whole new jury. I know it's so great, isn't it, William? Yeah, so this jury gets to decide the whole new fate of these guys. It's a whole new decision out there to be made of what their penalty should be. So we'll have to wait and see. So tomorrow evening, about 5 o'clock again, I'll pick up where this left off. Day 2 on the retrial, resentencing. I mean, sorry about that. Peace. Rubber out, guys.
Life's a ride on a rickety old track.